Oh no! Ah, fuck! Fuck! Just so you're aware, you are muted. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Binge Bear. I appreciate that. I I was not aware that I was muted. Okay. I guess from the beginning here. Uh hey everybody, it's me, Koizetsu the Koi, and welcome in to Cultivation 101. A discussion about cultivation novels and world building, specifically in the context of cultivation novels. We're not going to be doing a general world building talk. That's possibly for another day. But yes, Calico, welcome in. This is a learning discussion. We're talking about world building in the context of cultivation novels, and I should probably write that down here so people can know. I really hope that my poor handwriting isn't going to be too much of a turnoff to people, because I'm not the greatest at it. I guess we'll just put media here just to clarify that in case anyone in the chat happens to be somebody who's playing an animation or an illustrated work, that this conversation is a topic for all of you. Oops. That's a little thing. Fun fact, I'm on the side partially certain I might be banned from a certain subreddit that you might have been finding me from in the next few minutes. So I got a little notification that's letting me know if Marshall Memes has decided to just strike me down with their heavenly tribulation for the crime of cross promotional advertisements. So, world building, cultivation novels. Why are we talking about this? Well, to refine a point I said while muted, cultivation novels are a form of media that has very, very high potential for a lot of interesting stories to be told. In terms of media in general, it's a type of story where the most fantastical of abilities and powers and concepts can really be explored. Unlike a lot of conventional stories, like I guess to use an example would be Dragon Ball Z. People go, Goku is the strongest because he can like blow planets up or blow up solar systems. Cultivation novels actually reach really, really wild depths in terms of what power can be exerted, in terms of the fantastical and the mythical. You have ideas such as world creation, where people will just simply create entire planes of reality, planets, solar systems, stars, simply for their own amusement or to raise knowledge or to experiment with things. And that's a pretty fantastical idea. You have the ideas of fate. Fate not as a concept of ineffable certainty, as in what will happen to you as you live your life and things occur, but fate as a mutable concept. If one could reach themselves to such a higher level of existence that they could simply puppeteer fate the same way that you puppeteer the fate of an ant farm you're raising, or puppeteer the fate of a pet rabbit who you feed food every day at the same time. That sort of that sort of thing. And that's a very lofty concept. Predetermination as well, because one of the big ideas that gets often discussed in cultivation novels is the idea of the defiance of the heavens. The idea that man can, in fact, defy mortal fate. And that ties into one of the very fundamental stories we've told throughout all of human history: man versus God, man versus nature. Very big ideas that have a lot of meat. However, a lot of the times, it's very sad to see, is a lot of these stories that exist in these worlds of infinite potential tend to get bogged down by like a lot of minutia, and in some ways a series of fatal flaws that are common in a lot of novels and a lot of pieces of writing. And it's a little bit sad in particular for cultivation novels, because cultivation novels and writings have a very, very easy ground floor. They're very easy to get into, and that reason is because of one of the things that's come to existence in the modern day, and that is online publishing. What do I mean? Well, normally if you're a writer and you're trying to produce a story and have it be sold, the typical way one does it is you spend hours and hours and hours of your life writing, and you wind up producing a manuscript. Possibly finished, possibly needed some editing, and then you'd hire somebody, kind of like me sometimes, as I do work as a developmental editor. If you need one, just let me know if you want to hire me for this purpose. And typically, you'd send off your script to either magazines or publishers, depending on the length of it. If it's a short story, typically a magazine or a web serial will be something you try to pick it up with. But if it's a published work, you'd send to a publishing house. And once you send it there, you'd be sent through a bunch of different editors and proofreaders and also evaluators. A variety of people will read your work and they will test it to see if they think it's interesting or good enough to get published. And if you do pass these, they'll give you a little writer's advance, a little bit of dollar bills, and then eventually your work will get published. I'm hypo. And that's the typical process of it. There's a lot, and as you might notice, there's a lot of stopgaps here. You've got the magazine, you've got the people within the magazine, and then before people can even see what you've written, they have to go to a physical bookstore. And that's how it used to be before the internet. But for cultivation novels, the primary way that they're published and serialized these days is online. And so instead of all of these elaborate steps in between, these days you simply work on your thing, write it. Hopefully, you do a little bit of proofreading so you don't have too many grammatical or spelling errors. And then you simply publish it online. You can use an online service. A lot of people will bring up Royal Road as an example. But there's a whole bunch of other ones you can use. And then it's up to God and the algorithm to to get you in front of people. And also, one supposes your ability to market yourself on the internet, social media, different web services, buying advertisements on the site, which I suspect is the way that these sites make the most of their money. If you go on a lot of them, very often the advertisements you'll be seeing is advertisements for other people's novels on the site. And it's typically not a very expensive fee. It's only like a few dollars to have your name get tossed out a few hundred or thousand times for everybody to see it. But because of this, the ceiling on actually publishing yourself is quite low, which means everybody can do it. And it means that there's a lot more ideas being visible for people to see and explore. And of course, with more ideas to see and explore, people learn, borrow ideas, and grow. And as a whole, the sphere and idea of the cultivation novel has sort of taken shape over the last 15, 20-ish years. Now, some of it originally was, in fact, due to paper media. A number of, the more early entries into this genre were, in fact, physically published. But as we moved into the transition to online, it's become much faster of a growth. Because with the ability to see and read hundreds of other entries and them all being grouped up on these about 3 to 4 different online services, it's quite easy for people to learn. And while growth is great and people changing and evolving and forming a genre in real time is a fascinating literary development to watch, much like a high realm cultivator will watch a lower realm. That's a reference you'll get later if you're new to this genre. It also means that it's a lot easier for things to go badly. And a problem is this idea. The idea of genre versus parasitism. Yep, that's an R. What does this mean? Well, it is in a finer way of putting it, it means it's very easy for things to copy, it's very hard for things to learn. And that's a trap you have to always be aware of. So let's use an example of ki or chi, depending on whether or not you've heard this word first spoken from a show like Dragon Ball, something Japanese, something Chinese, or even sometimes, depending on where in China you are, they use a slight different pronunciation that you might have misheard. Chi is one of the key parts of this genre. One could say it is a founding point of it. And this is a genre convention. Everything you typically see in a cultivation story, barring a few exceptions, typically has ki as one of the foundational points. It's a genre trope, but it's not a strictly speaking individual idea. Nobody out there can be like, "Hi, I am the person who invented ki." Actually, no one else can use this in a story. I was the first person to do it. And why can't we do that? Well, mostly it's because that person would be tens of thousands of years old at this point. Ki is a very, very old foundational concept in folklore. It's an idea that's been passed around and grown, but it's also a very generic idea used by many people, as opposed to a very specific idea. And a specific idea we could use here would be sorry, I had a little bit more water in my throat. My seasonal allergies have been kicking up again, and it's been a little bit of a difficult thing to fight them off. Ah, well, parasitism, or blatant imitation, comes down to the idea of copying specifics, and this can be a very hard road to differentiate sometimes, because typically with cultivation stories, there are certain conventions basically everybody uses. A bit like this, like saying to cook a delicious meal, many people will use a wok, a rice cooker, chopsticks, bowls, the basic tools. But sometimes people borrow a bit too much and they borrow the complete recipe. And that can be a very bad thing because it forms a bit of a spiral. An Ouroboros, even, a snake devouring its own tail. And you have to be careful about that with a developing genre, because if everyone simply learns from copying the people before them and not really developing them too much, things will start becoming more and more homogenous, and usually not in the greatest way. And you can sort of see this trend appearing if you read a few more of the lower grade things coming out these days. The much more derivative works. A lot of them are Chinese, but there's quite a few ones being originally published in English that meet this criteria of parasitism. But how do I phrase this in a way that isn't too insular before I, because that is a worry here that I might be getting too deep into the weeds on this one, as I've taken a step back. I realized maybe talking this idea a little too much. um Rings. I guess we'll talk about rings. A very common idea used in cultivation stories is the idea of the magical ring. And stop me if you've heard this one before. People in the chat who have consumed cultivation media quite a bit. The main character of your setting is weak. He at one point used to be strong, or maybe it was just average, but due to some sort of circumstance, over time, he has gradually gone from being at around the middle level of the curve in terms of power to the bottom. He's just plateaued out. He doesn't know why. And as a result, he's been disowned by his family. He's possibly lost a fiance. People don't respect him anymore because he used to be a master of the mystical arts, at the very least, an aspiring talent or rising star. But for some reason, all of his potency has just evaporated out of nowhere. And after getting kicked out of his home, and I guess being destitute on the streets, he finds out that this strange, mysterious ring or necklace or other artifact he's got actually contains a venerable spirit, a ghost, but not in like the spooky way where he's going to haunt your ass, except sort of he is a little bit. No, this is an ancient master of some form of martial art who says to the main character, "Ah, main character, I was simply borrowing your key for a bit. I needed it to recover from my ghostly form. But now that I've recoalesced, I shall give you knowledge and skills to get revenge on the people who kicked you out. Mostly because I, set you up for failure by taking all your power for like 6 years or 10 years. Woo! And at the guidance of this mentor who knows far more than the main character does due to their millennia or centuries of experience. The main character goes on to a great adventure where his power soars to heights unbefore-seen. Name that series. And the answer to what series I'm talking about here is a lot of them. A lot of people use this exact plot device. And that's not great. Like, it's not, it's that is parasitism. That is over-reliance on a narrative trope or a narrative device. The fact that a lot of people are just using the same idea and repeating the same idea has meant that the genre is kind of locked in on those a little too much. The point that even the more parody-based series in the cultivation genre poke fun at the idea of the ancient spirit in the ring, or the ring grandpa, as some people call it. And that is something to try to avoid. A level of awareness on it. And also, in my opinion, the ring grandpa is a bit of a narrative crutch because it stops a certain fundamental level of natural organic world building to occur. Because it's basically like it's just basically just Wikipedia from a narrative sense. Let me explain. Go. AKA readers understand it. So, what does this mean? Well, typically when someone starts reading a book or a story, you start off with a blank slate. A blank map, if you would. You're in a new world, a new place where you don't know very much, but the characters inside the story know everything. Or at the very least, they know everything that they could possibly know. And it's up to the writer, establishing this, to slowly fill in the blanks on the map of what the reader will start to figure out about the story. Typically, this will start by gaining the knowledge about one character in particular, your main character, and what they know about the world. It can be the world around them, it can be the world of places far away that they might want to visit one day. Oh, thank you for the follow, Akaso Industries. Welcome to the Koi Pond. But a typical way that the writer will expand out and fill the world you're in is through the main character progressing through the plot. As the story is told, you will learn more, and as you learn more and the character goes places, sees things, learns things, your understanding of the setting will grow with them. However, the old man in the ring is a bit of a stumbling block. As some people might put it, it's a poisoned pill. Because for narratives, it sort of destroys a lot of the reasons for your character to grow and explore the story and the world organically. Because This old man in the ring, this old ghost, will typically have, compared to the main character's life experiences, far, far more by a massive, massive margin. In cultivation stories, characters can live hundreds or thousands or tens of thousands of years. It's very much not unheard of. In fact, it's quite common. One of the goals of the genre, after all, is immortality. It comes from being based off of ancient Chinese philosophies and, well, the mystical pursuit of gaining more years of your life. It's a cultural belief that drove several emperors of China in the real world to just wind up drinking mercury and wolfsbane and other poisons on the desperate assumption or hope that they gain more real years in their life. And, you know, after the first three killed themselves drinking this literal poison in the real world, in real history, you would have thought they would have learned better. But no, like, there was such a cultural impetus behind this sort of idea and belief that so many people in the real world wound up doing this, just drinking like mercury, all sorts of poisons, and it was kind of horrific. And it's a little bit funny in a way because you're like, as a modern person, you're like, oh my god, who the fuck would drink mercury? That shit's like the stuff in a thermostat. Why would you ever think that that's good for you? But you know, people with no knowledge or hope of it just really went for it in general. I just like the ring grandpa. I want to see the yes, and see that is what I'm sort of talking about here. Akaso is because the grandpa in the rings knowledge is so much greater than the main characters. Instead of the main character having to explore or learn anything, they'll just basically sub in and tell them, oh, it just goes like this. And it kind of takes a lot of the narrative stakes out of things when your main character's journey of discovery and growth, of visiting far off places, learning fabulous new techniques to better overcome things or explore power, is basically just undone by the fantasy equivalent of Wikipedia, as the old man in the ring will simply just be like, oh yeah, you want to go to that place, like, it's cool, the fish and chips suck there, go somewhere else instead. And so instead of getting to explore and gradually grow the worldview, you actually wind up on a very, very narrow path. The path of the main character having very little need or desire after a certain point, because desire is curtailed by availability, to actually really explore this wide world of stuff that's just sitting outside of the path he's on, because he doesn't really need to do anything if there's no impetus for it. He needs to learn a technique, needs to learn a power, he needs to find or discover some stuff or acquire things. Well, if every step of his journey is just plotted out by a 1,000-year-old man in a ring who knows everything and can just say, just do it this way, you idiot, he'll never really make any mistakes or explore discoveries, and you'll wind up just not actually doing a particularly large amount of world building, which, for a genre that can do a lot of world building, is a bit bad. And if I consult my notes on how I've planned this out, I gotta read my own handwriting here. I did write. Some of these notes were written a little late at night. Ah, convention. Sorry, I do apologize for my frequent water. I am I am a koi after all, and I need to fresh my gills. And my god, seasonal allergies really suck. So where was I? Ah, yes, organic growth. Growth through exploration is a very key and interesting part of a story. And if you wind up cutting it out through the blind faith and adherence to this genre trope, you can very often wind up taking the stakes out of your own story. So, how can we explore worlds without doing this? Well, let's take a step back. We have to first establish what is the goal of our world? And this is a bit of an important question to ask because a lot of the times the goal people set out for a cultivation story isn't actually a very good narrative goal. Because very often the goal people have is get stronger. Why is get stronger the typical go-to goal? Well, part of it has to do with the rise of a similar genre from Japan that kind of tied into the success of the cultivation novel, and that was a bit with isekai. You know, kind of the culprit for a lot of the sort of shittier practices of writing that have become a little widespread on the internet. But I guess sometimes one does need to blame isekai for doing some of the harm it has done to literature in some ways, because isekai, in a lot of ways, very often, especially with the lit RPG genre, that is literature based off of RPGs, which, dear lord, that is an entire can of worms we're not going to unlock right now. It's often about number goes up style writing. And very often, like the stakes of threats to the world, the main character's growth, it's all very, very much thrown out the window in favor of, yeah, I just want to get stronger. But it very often neglects the key fundamental question, which people might be like, oh, Koi, isn't that just like an old trope? But like, there is a very real question to it, and the question is, get stronger, why? What is the purpose of strength? Because getting stronger cannot simply be the goal of your story. It's a it's a dead end. It's a non-starter. Getting stronger is something people do to achieve a goal. It is not the goal itself. Or if it is, it's a very limited narrative goal because it's basically just an infinitely endlessly long pursuit of incremental change. And it basically is, if you look at it, just isekai number go up writing, which isn't great. No, the important thing to try to nail in if you're writing something with cultivation specifically is in a world of infinite power and infinite possibility where your character will spend centuries or millennia trying to achieve their goal, what actually is their goal? What do they want to accomplish? And in a lot of cases, it's short-term revenge, which, in my opinion, it's a fine for a starter goal, a goal to lead to other things, but very often it doesn't wind up leading into the longer thing. A longer goal, which is, of course, once your character accomplishes his revenge, well, what is the purpose of their life? What goal are they actually going to do? They got strong enough, they got the revenge, and if the story is still going after that point, what purpose do they have with their continued existence? Why do they continue to cultivate? What do they want to do after? They want to have other people stop suffering the way they did. They want to create a sect with more justice, more righteousness, where they would never need to have somebody else achieve that sort of revenge. No one would be pushed to their limits. They want to just relax, explore the world. What drives the characters? What is their motivation? And very unfortunately for the genre, a lot of the times the motivation isn't actually that well thought out by itself. A lot of characters just sort of keep meandering around life. They get stronger, and after getting stronger, they sort of just like they fight a guy, and then just something happens to meander into their path that they're like, oh, I guess I'll go commit horrible acts of violence on this guy now because, well, he exists as just another thing to fight, another obstacle to overcome. But while that seems like character growth, you could consider it growth in the strictest, most literal sense that yes, they've had to change from point A to point B. Of they changed from wanting revenge on Mook A to Mook B, and well, as you can see here, Mook A was the beginning villain, but Mook B, he's the middle villain because he has two swords instead of Mook of one sword. There's there's no real fundamental clarity on why the main character would want to do it. Now, see, Akaso, you've brought up an interesting point because while your joke might be seeming to be a bit of a number, another's numbers go up, simply the desire to collect more and more swords is actually a motivation compared to simply I would like to get stronger. Like, let me explain. That goal you've described of simply wanting more swords, that's materialism. That is a fundamental human trait. That ties into things like greed. It ties into things of apathy. And it ties into collection. A human motivation that people have had for centuries. The acquiring of more things is something that people have had for years, centuries, since the dawn of humanity, where guy number one said, I like rocks and I want all the shiny rocks." People have had irrational urges to simply acquire and gather more things, to do more stuff. And in that sense, simply wanting to acquire swords is an answer to why does one want to accomplish power. Because if one wants a sword for simply it looks cool, or greed, or because it will allow themselves to have a better display of wealth or pride or vanity, this all ties in to a motivation for why a character want to get stronger. They like swords for whatever reason they have. Maybe swords are just a fundamental part of their character. When they were a young person, their father was a blacksmith, and they always loved the way that blades would look, the sheen of the metal, the polish, the way that they swished through the air and cut through flesh. That is something that they loved or aspired towards, and that's what they wanted more of it. And as they grew older, they might have seen well, too bad, Murasame. You're about to fucking learn some knowledge, because that's what this is about. This is a lecture. But for whatever reason, if acquiring swords is your motivation, you can do a lot with that. It's a simple motivation, but it works. And it's a lot better than a motivation like simply get power. Because rather than simply be get power why, question mark, you have get power to accomplish a goal. And while this is a very, very, very basic bitch goal, like this is narratively, this is like a preschool step. This is a step beyond what a lot of actual cultivation novels include. Because a lot of the times, and this is the trap of the genre and the progression of it, is it's get power, why, never really established, and it simply goes through the steps of learning more power to get more power, and it meanders around in a narrative circle where nothing actually gets accomplished, and you learn very little about anything in the world. And instead of telling a story that goes anywhere, you fool, you can't drown me, I'm a koi. I am a fish. Junior, you are attempting to drown the ocean, or to suffocate the vacuum of space. There is no quantity of water I can put into my body that is too much, as I am a fish, and I can consume it as easily as you breathe the air around you. But as I was saying, simply the pursuit of power is not a goal. A reason to have it is. And even if it's something as simple as greed, having a fundamental motivation for your character will do wonders for their goal. Now, of course, pure materialism shouldn't be the only thing your character aspires towards. A personal motivation as well will help you build a well-rounded character that that your reader will enjoy, and most importantly, that you yourself will enjoy writing. So, to use the example Akaso has given us of simply wanting swords, we should use this to branch to a bunch of other ways of exploring our main character with this example. For one thing, why does he want swords? Is it his past? Personal reasons? What is the reason behind this? How does his relationship towards his desire to get swords affect his interpersonal relationships with other people? Does he isolate himself? Or has it caused him to become a bit of an outsider because of his obsession? Is he somebody so pushed by greed that he's unable to see anybody else as human beings? This, of course, can tie into other elements of magical swords as a genre, because, of course, one of the most famous examples is swords like the Muramasa and the Masamune, cursed swords that drove their users into cursed obsession with the blades. And most importantly, how does he express joy or satisfaction with it? Does acquiring a sword simply satiate him for a moment? Does he have an infinite hole inside of him that can only really be filled by simply fighting another one? Is he doing it for thrill seeking? Or is there actually an amount of satisfaction he can gain? And these are all elements that you could delve into to explore the character of this person simply through this one little element. And the problem is a lot of people just don't. Technically, my main C's pure personality could be broken down as get stronger, but I don't think it worked to people. Ah. So, I think the screen cuts cutting off along this. While sociopathy is a classic of Zanzia and Wuxia novels, which is the idea that people who live a long time become callous towards other people's life. That's another topic for a bit. Actually, you know what? That's a topic for now. What is sociopathy in your sociopathy? How does it make sense? If your main character, let's say this blind sword cultivator, we're going to call him, for the sake of this, for a name, let's call him Sordo. It's a terrible name, but we need I need a name besides the main character who's obsessed with swords, who is going to be our example for this test case. Let's say Sordo is a pure sociopath. He's somebody who cares so little about others that he's all in on this I need to acquire swords grind set. Maybe he's cursed, maybe he's not, maybe he's just a complete dipshit. Is this level of sociopathy common? And very often with cultivation stories, sociopathy tends to get written a little more common than it really should for a society that's been stable for thousands of years. which honestly is one of the genre tropes I'm not really the biggest fan of in terms of cultivation novels, because it's a bit of a shitty precipice for things. While the world can probably withstand one Sordo without being too overwhelmed, it's kind of the same way that the planet Earth can sustain itself with one or two serial killers. Really? However, a lot of cultivation novels tend to write it in that people will be a lot more sociopathic than they should be. And I think the reason why is due to a watering down of fundamental writing plot points. Which I guess actually means we need to bring this conversation to another area, because this is hard to explain with just this one part. Oh god, this is why I think I should have done a better job setting up the structural intent of this lecture. um, Hierarchy is important in China. Fundamentally, as the inventors of what is by and large considered to be modern bureaucracy in its fundamental form, hierarchy mattered a lot. And in older, more filled out novels of physical publication, typically there was the rigid structure of the world meant that people who had a higher position on the totem pole would simply look down on people below them. And this was typically written in as kind of taking the piss out of people, cutting in line, taking resources, borrowing stuff, pushing them around. If two people would get into trouble, one would be preferred by the higher authorities and get the motivation and get a little bit of early motivation for the main character to be like, I want to just prove this guy wrong, I gotta get better than them. Even if the scales of society tip against me, I need to push them back. However, people over time have sort of gotten tired of writing that, and over the years, the cultivation genre, through its incestuous Ouroboros of devouring its own tail, has kind of developed something that is known as the young master. And this is a literary development that has occurred entirely due to parasitism and people copying others. And by and large, if it is why a lot of novels kind of have like a bit of a shittier turn for a lot of protagonists, because it's just kind of just dipshits for the sake of being dipshits. Let me explain to you the young master trope, for those of you who don't know. Let's say you're Sordo. You've joined a cultivation sect, a organization dedicated to learning magical martial arts to let you punch the sky and fly around on a sword. And you're just minding your own business, you're living your life, and then one day you bump into the wrong person. And this person is the young master. He's arrogant. He's a dipshit. His dad is important. Like, really important. Like, he sits on a big chair all day doing bureaucracy shit level important. That's how you know this guy's like at the top of the metaphysical totem pole around here. His dad, big deal. What's he got? He's got money. He's got a pair of like really tall goons that follow him around and laugh at his jokes and go say things to egg him on like the world's most aggravating yes man. Is he going to try to steal your girlfriend? Quite possibly. Is he going to just straight up steal your girl? Sometimes yes. Sometimes a little rapily. Sometimes with just like, it actually turns out your first girlfriend was kind of like not a great person and maybe was just gold digging you. It depends on the genre. But no matter what, this guy is an arrogant dipshit. And he's gonna act like an ass no matter what. Even against like his own better judgment. Is he stronger than you? Typically yes in the beginning. He'll beat you in an arm wrestler too. But usually after a certain point, you, Sordo, the main character, or your main character, not you, character, just Sordo, the main character, will become like noticeably more swole than this guy. And yet, despite this, he will continue with suicidal abandon to just continue poking the bear, just starting the same stupid shit he was doing before, despite the fact that he is no longer quite the same level above you, or your character Sordo, because Sordo's been practicing and Mr. the Young Master has not. In fact, all he's kind of been doing is continuing to be a dipshit. And typically this leads to him escalating things as the main character gets stronger, and he doesn't, to the point where he does something like really suicidal, and then he dies as a cost of his own actions. Of course. I would never assume you're the same as your creation, Akaso. But eventually he'll die. And I've always seen that the Young Master is a bit of a narrative device that could have used more work. Because theoretically, you could do a lot with this sort of thing. Like, how does somebody this arrogant survive this long? Like how would any sane society that's gone on for hundreds of years, thousands of years, with the same guy in charge? Because remember, cultivators live thousands of years. Young Master's dad is probably like 10,000 or something. Young Master is like 25. In terms of proportional lifespan, if Young Master's dad was you, you'd have owned fucking Tamagotchis for longer than he has had this son. Okay? Like, proportionally, Young Master here is like a chia pet. In the grand scheme of the cosmos. And it's kind of bizarre. In some ways, that makes you think maybe that's why you'd have all these people willing to let their kids just die constantly if they lived. Because look, let's be real here. Let's run some numbers. Let's say Young Master's dad is like a conservative sex haver, and he's like, once every few hundred years I'll have a kid, like one kid. Man's lived 10,000 years. If he has one kid every 100 years, motherfucker's got at least 100 kids at various levels of immortality. Possibly a lot of these are dead. Given cutoffs and the way people tend to survive, let's cut this number down to he has at least 10 other kids besides Young Master over here. How do you get to this level of society without realizing that, yeah, letting my kid be a suicidal dipshit in a world where people could just people can shoot lightning out of their hands? How is that a good idea? Let my kid just be a complete dipshit. Why would he? And honestly, it doesn't make a lot of logical sense. To the point that a lot of people who write cultivation novels have sort of started writing ones where from the perspective of young masters, with the idea of exploring why somebody would be a kind of pretentious dipshit like this who starts fights with people who could snap his neck like a toothpick at a second's glance. And I've always thought that the interesting idea of the existence of the young master, at least in my perspective, an interesting way to have it is that the young master, while a good setup, I think an interesting idea that hasn't been touched very often would be he's a plant. Why is he working here? Why has the sect, this cultivation sect of 1,000 years of tradition, just let a violent dipshit splash money around and cause trouble with everybody? In my opinion, I think an interesting idea for this would be that he's a plant. He's a setup man. He is something that the sect has put there to make people hate him, to motivate them to get strong enough to beat the shit out of him. And I think this might be, and this is an idea I've been toying with a bit on the back burner. Feel free to borrow it a bit. I'm putting this out there. Is that it'd be interesting to have a young master type character who is not actually the same age as the main character, uh, Sordo. Because let's say Sordo is the prime of his life, he's learning. Nah, the young master is actually like 500 to 5,000 years old. He's there. He's a guy who spends all his time pretending to be a kid to motivate other people to get stronger than him. Because nothing motivates people like a smug dipshit who needs to show up. uh, but I guess again I'm segueing a little bit. Apologies, a bit of phlegm in my throat. Allergies again. I'll consume more of this vital water to keep my gills nice and moistened. My water talismans have been running a little dry recently. I don't know why. One wonders if I'm coming down with some sort of interminable illness of a variety. Ah. Oh, but for real, Akaso, I do think that the explanation for why somebody could occupy such a suicidal position in a society where people can range in power from punching trees in half to punching mountains in half could really only be accomplished by somebody who's deliberately knows what they're doing, who's acting upon it for some sort of like political or motivated reason. Because arrogance alone can explain a lot of human nature, but it can't explain this much of human nature. Or at the very least, not on any sort of widespread world where thousands of years could mellow out the harshness of personality. And in some ways, that's another element that often doesn't get described. It's the influence of age. But I think I am going to we're putting a pin in this topic of age. I am getting very off my notes. I do have a list right here. I'm hitting it very hard to prove that I have it. And I think we really need to get back onto this the trend of world building. Because that was the goal of this lecture, wasn't it? World building, not character writing. What are you talking about? Obviously, a 5K Master Immortal will go into seclusion and be honeypotted by an 80 IQ teenager. Oh my. You know, that brings me to a thing I can talk about. We'll have one last tangent before I actually start talking about developing a coherent world. And that is the writing of intelligence. Because intelligence is a very it's a very hard thing to write. And as a fellow VTuber once said, to some people who are some writers who are not very smart, people who are smart or geniuses are basically just magicians. And let's use an example of a piece of media I despise in terms of badly writing intelligence. You have a locked room mystery, and for some reason, people keep dying in a locked room. The police have no idea why people are dying in this locked room. And then one day, they go to a guy who can solve a mystery, and the guy says, I know how they've solved this mystery. Somebody with an undetectable poison and undetectable way of breaking in, who is leaving no traces somehow, is just killing all these people. And then the audience goes bravo, bravo, you're a genius, you've solved it. How do we not see that it was this impossible thing using a method no one could do, that no one could detect, and also could not be detected? And to the average reader, you're like, what the fucking fuck are you talking about? That makes sense. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about here, so your boy SAO. This was a real mystery written by a $1 million franchise, by the way. The third book, the third one too, had the mystery of a guy with an undetectable method of breaking in, an undetectable poison, who left no traces doing the crime. It was an inspired choice of writing. But intelligence can be a very hard thing to write if you don't have it. Because unlike something like muscles or you know, fitness, where you can do research to figure out what it would be like to have this thing that you might not necessarily have yourself, it's hard to fake intelligence, and a lot of times people have various ways around it. A very famous example for this was from the 1860s, I believe, with Francis Hoffman, who was considered by some to be the father of the mystery novel, who during his second work decided to make a very bold declaration in a variety of ways. This was not his finest moment, I want to be very clear here. He decided to write a mystery about an active real-world crime. Yeah, that's right. The guy wrote a detective story, his second detective story with a detective, and the mystery was investigating a real-world crime that was currently ongoing in his city. There was just a serial killer that no one knew why, and the detective investigates this mystery. He looks for clues. He wanders around, and at the end of it, he says, "Why, I've solved the case." And his assistant goes, "Why, golly, professor, what was it?" And he's like, "Well, I'd tell you, but it's the simplest thing to figure out." And then the book ends. It just ends with him going, "I figured it out. It's the simplest thing. Of course, the answer." And then he's nuts. And of course, the police took minor object to this. For one thing, they for a bit of time suspect that he might be the serial killer trying to market a book, which, you know, yeah, that could track actually. But on the other note, a lot of people got annoyed because the guy really did just say, "Why solve the crime? Of course the answer is obvious," but didn't actually like do anything besides besides look at the clues that were on public record from the murders in the newspaper and draw some very basic conclusions like, yes, a knife was used. But that's one of the but he did use a technique that I do want to keep in here. The key point here is implication. Instead of simply writing something, implying knowledge and letting the audience fill in the gaps. Like, if you want to be specific here, like let's say you're using poison. You don't need to like be a biology major who knows all about different poisons. But you can have your character who's intelligent say, "I did some research to determine that this is a rare poison," and then tell you what the rare poison is. And so while you might not have the pure knowledge of biology to explain like the difference between plant-based and animal-based poisons, the difference of synthetic versus organic, carbon-based versus protein-based versus metal-based, you can just imply that your character knows more by saying they did research or saying that they figured things out. Is this a perfect system? No, but implication is always your friend when you want to write at a higher level of intelligence than you yourself possess. However, important note, You can't use this trick too much. Much like eating an entire bag of chips for dinner because you're really tired, a bit depressed, and you can't be fucked to cook, and your fridge has no food in it. Um, while that works once in a while to like pad out your stomach and help you out, if you do this too often, it will have hideous effects like making you morbidly obese and unbalanced and unable to perform basic tasks. So don't do that. Oh wait, wait a second. Is my hold on a minute? God, did the darn thing start cutting again? Ah, this really should be higher up on the screen, shouldn't it? Ah well. But that's the brief segue on intelligence. You can write higher at a higher level than you possess by being clever with how you display information and not being too overt with things. Also, I don't like the way this is spreading out. I'm changing this UI. I'm just gonna have to watch the bottom part of the screen. There's just a certain point where my lines aren't visible, and I'm gonna have to be very careful about that. One day, I hate to tell you, but your little chippies will betray you if you do not show if you don't show due diligence and care. Too much of a good thing is bad for you. Even my beloved water in high doses could poison me to death. Should I consume too much of it? Google exsanguination sometime, it's where the iron in your blood becomes so dilute from excess fluid intake that you just lose your ability to carry oxygen across your body and you die a hideous death. It's pretty grisly actually. You should be very careful about that. No, I don't believe so. I believe exsanguination is when your water gets too dilute. Am I confusing my conditions? 1 second here. Google, help me confirm. Oh no, it's hypno eternium. Yeah, that's it. And I still remember when a woman got that from consuming too much water to win a week. That was brutal. God, we're sorry. Where was I though? On my notes. World building. And we've really overstayed on this brief starting segue on characterization and character motivation, which I do think is an important thing to remember for writing a story. But I think I kind of want to actually start transitioning into the points I had about designing the world in general. Because part of cultivation novels, I think, is down to pacing issues. And I think that has to do with a conflict I'm going to dub world versus wanting to tell too much. How about a generic thing? Let me go into that. So, with a lot of cultivation novels, often the setting is something that the author cares a lot about, but in weird ways. Oftentimes there'll be elaborate talks about like the weird monsters, the cool sects, like the groups of people cultivating powers, the different wild animals. But very often there is two problems. One, that the world building far outweighs the amount of narrative building, and there's a lot of explanations about the setting that don't really matter for very much, and there's a lot less focus on the characters. And the other issue here is that very often the thing that the world is spending so much talking about is generic as shit. Like, stop me if you've heard this before, but if you hear about a cultivation novel, what are you going to be mostly hearing about? You're going to be hearing about forest, parentheses, beasts or poison. It's going to either be the forest of poison or the forest of beasts. The main character is going to go there to get some stuff. There's going to be like there's going to be one minor idea on a plant that's weird, and there's going to be one scary dude on the forest. Other than that, there's not going to be anything different than just the woods. Findable anywhere on the planet of Earth. It's very, very generic. You're also going to have mountain, the second terrain. What's going to be on the mountain? One big dude. Is there going to be something cool about the mountain? Is it going to be full of thunder or fire? Are the laws of physics going to warp because of the magic of the world? No, there's going to be like one big dude there. It's going to either be a monster or a guy. Sometimes, if you're lucky, it'll be two guys fighting each other. And then it'll soon become one guy after guy number one kills guy number two, or guy number two kills guy number one. It doesn't really matter. All you need to know is it'll basically be guaranteed to be one guy kills the other. Thank you for bringing that in. I was getting there. There will, of course, be the city, which will feature buildings. Never that big, just normal buildings, actually. It's actually kind of sad how in a cultivation story, despite the fact that this is a world where magic permeates everything, key users float around every corner, that there's never like any sort of like weird mega structures or interesting buildings that are just not traditional ancient Chinese two-story fucking things all over the place. You never, and that is a disappointing thing I hate, because everything is so goddamn generic. You never see the cool stuff. Like, there's 5 elements in China, in ancient Chinese fantasy: fire, water, wood, metal, earth. Air is not an element. I will crack your fucking legs in half with a metal baseball if you bring that shit in here. These are the 5 elements. You kind of just need to know that. With people focusing on these as some of the base building blocks for magical powers, you never see things like the city where half the buildings are just gigantic organic tree megastructures where the wood key is accentuated to form living beings, living buildings and things around, or the mastery of earth is used to carve the mountains into cities themselves. No, it's always just like 2-story fucking huts and like one goddamn fucking pagoda. That's the buildings of fucking Wuxia City. And then sometimes there's the auction hall, which is like a 3-story building compared to the 2-story buildings. And dear God, all the magic power of this goddamn world, and it's like there's like one thing per city if you're lucky. And half the goddamn time, if you go to a sect, one of those the places where people train the magic arts, at the top of a great mountain, in the middle of the clouds, you know what you're gonna fucking find? 4 flat, 1-story goddamn buildings, and like 3 courtyards where people just punch each other. Oh, and 1 pagoda in the distance where people learn stuff. That's the library. Oh, and like a bunch of caves off to the side. Those are like important, but like, let's be real. These caves basically exist as an excuse for you to go. And then the main character went on like a 10-year time skip. The end. Hey, thanks for the follow. Arabonk, welcome to the Koi Pond. Peak design. Some people consider this peak design, Yomi. This is considered by some to be peak design. And the fact that so much of the narrative goes around in these stories of describing these like 4 or 5 things. Oh wait, no, there's one more thing. Um, hidden realms. These are hidden realms are small slices of reality where an ancient master of the mythical arts created their own dimension, carved out of reality itself. And you know what these are? They're basically just the mountain or the forest again. Or if you're very unlucky, it's a big cave that has like basically 5 treasure chests in it and a bunch of guys killing each other for them. It's like Battle Royale if the person writing Battle Royale had 0 creativity. Which, and here's a contentious point I'm going to say. And people are going to hate me for saying this. The Hunger Games, unironically, is a better hidden realm than most wuxia hidden realms. Because what's in a hidden realm in a wuxia novel? It's going to be some ancient guy built something, right? He uses mythical power to create a reality. What's in it? It's going to be like 3 death traps, uh, 1 test where you have to just esoterically put stuff into an orb, and then like people kill each other. What was in the Hunger Games? Um, the Hunger Games was psychological. They had weird creatures. They had a push for survival by starvation. They had psychological torment. And they had the rich playing God. These, and like unironically, the Hunger Games kind of more interesting than a Hidden Realm. Like, let's be real here. If your Hidden Realm story of a wuxia novel involved like the elder spirits of like 5 dudes who got together to make the Hidden Realm just deliberately fucking with people for their own enjoyment, it'd be a lot more interesting than just 5 people standing in a room. They discover a chest. The chest has a cultivation pill in it that's worth something. And then the 5 guys determine, yeah, I'm gonna kill you. And then the other guy kills them. And then guy number 4, he kills that guy. And then the main character goes, I guess I killed this guy. And then this is mine. Story. Golden story. Like it never like man, like fucking Saw could do a better Hidden Realm story than the average Hidden Realm story in a wuxia setting. Like, what if you had a sect where people actually kind of cared about each other and they got trapped in a room, and it's like, and the guy says, "Hey guys, you got trapped in my room, but only one of you can leave," and then they have the actual psychological death of like, we've known each other for, let's say, 200 years because we've been cultivating a while. That has psychological stakes on just this situation. If you did good character writing on this, there's a lot you could do with that. Typically you don't see it because it's just random fuckers killing each other. So that the main character can get like 5 power-ups and be like, "Ooh, I'm stronger now." But no, where did I put that slide about? Yeah, the fascination with the world of a generic world is bad narratively, bad writing, because unless your world is very interesting, it should not be occupying the majority of your time. Like, strictly speaking, even on the most interesting world on the planet, it should be at most, and this is rough numbers here, it should roughly be 60% characters and narrative, 40% the world. The world should never be the majority of your story. And I hate to say it, for a lot of cultivation stories, the world is never interesting enough to justify it. Brandon Sanderson, one of the some might consider one of the best writers of our time, has one of the most in-depth and developed fantasy settings on the market right now. The Stormlight Archive, the Mistborn, his Cosmere concept of an interconnecting series of universes, each carved from the shards of a shattered god, divided into 16 pieces by their acolytes that betrayed them, which honestly in some ways could be a bit of a cultivation story, but that is another topic I could talk about later. Is Cosmere cultivation? Maybe. Not quite there. But even he, who is considered one of the best writers of our time, a man who is like a literal fucking machine when it comes to publication, because he produces like 4 to 5 full-length books a year. Guy is crazy. I would recommend checking him out. That's Brandon Sanderson. Even he, the pinnacle of developing a world, never goes above 40% on world building versus plot. He never goes above that ratio. So the fact that there's a lot of people who are not as good at writing as him, because I hate to tell you, a lot of people writing cultivation novels, not this level of good, who put so much focus onto generic worlds, it's really just, it's kind of mind-boggling that they think that these generic ass areas of forest, mountain, cave, city, sect are worth dedicating this amount of time to. It's because they shouldn't be. It should always be the story when it moves on. And one of the problems that often comes from this is down to the way the world is shaped out. People don't really think about how magic would change a world that much. How would plants change? How would cities change? How would society change? And these are all considerations you really need to focus on when you are writing something. I mean, heck, with society alone, one of the big things you can focus on is what is scarcity? What is easy? What is now easy? And what is now hard because of the magic that exists in your world? Because a lot of human civilization has been shaped by our lack of things. The biggest one, water, agriculture. The Egyptians and their entire irrigation system of the Nile was a very big deal for ancient civilizations, because the ability to easily grow crops at the scale they did allowed them to prosper. So how would, say, water as a magic change this part of human civilization? Would they have skipped more stages of early agriculture? And would the existence of, say, water key manipulation have humanity basically skip over certain fundamental tool building stages? Because again, humans innovate tools based on what we don't have. We wouldn't just be the same society with magic if we'd always had magic. Depending on where magic was discovered or started to become more available, it would change things. And even if it wasn't very common, we would have our society warp around local exceptions to pretty great extremes. For example, let's say you got a Earth Key Man. He's like an early practitioner of Earth. Dude's got his power, and the one thing, let's say he's not even that strong. He can do 2 things. He can lift rocks, and he can plow fields. With one push of his hand, he can just do the job of like 20 guys with just shovels or hoes. That's pretty wild. Like with that sort of manpower change, even if his power was, again, not even like moving clay, not even making buildings, just lifting heavy objects and plowing field. If one person could do the manpower of 20, that means that 20 more people can start doing other things for society. That can be clothes, building, construction. And it also means that, like, as society developed more and more of Earth Guy, and more Earth Guys came into existence, where people trained to learn to use Earth Key, people would stop making plows. Because what would the need be? It's a waste. Like, especially in early society, like Bronze Age, Stone Age, back in the day where you have to hand chip each of these stones, where every single basic tool you had, be it an axe or something else, represents hours and hours of chipping a stone or carving a branch. The manpower alone would just be changed dramatically, because instead of spending hours making plows, people would make axes or cookware or arrows for hunting. And so the commonality of magic, the way people build it, would change how people develop tools. I mean, like, hell, do you think people would develop the pulled plow if we had Earth Guy? Would we need to use cows to pull the field if you could just have one guy do it all by himself? Yes or no? There's an Earth Key shortage. And that's another thing though, Akaso. Would the availability of problems with Earth Key cause the developments of other techniques and technologies, or would it simply necessitate short-term solutions like using more manpower to pull it off? And as society grows and grows and grows, some things would change and some things wouldn't. Heck, a good example of a balance of society is the way people view Dungeons and Dragons these days. Because Dungeons and Dragons has magic and it has a medieval society. But there are two fundamental things about Dungeons and Dragons that, up until recently, allowed it to have some good success with explaining why a medieval society existed with all this fantastical magic floating around, and that was scarcity. In Dungeons and Dragons, being magically gifted is at around 0.01% of the population. Whereas a lot of people who play these days kind of think of it more as like being a 10% or below, or above, which is not as common. But because magic is so scarce, technology needs to exist because the amount of people who use magic can never form a meaningful enough percent of the population to outweigh the need for tools to be used by society. And Dungeons and Dragons also of course, has a good part of timing. A very strong point on Gary Gygax's world building is that it's also at the edge of the Industrial Revolution. It's right at the point where technology starts making those really big strides. You know, the industrial loom, electricity, all those things. They're right around the corner, which excuses players having them come in to start undercutting magic a bit more. However, with cultivation stories, they are much more high magic, so to speak, than low magic. Cultivation is usually pretty common. There's a lot of it going around. And even on the lower ends of the spectrum, it would have enough of an influence that would change how society functions on a base level. But no one ever does that. They just keep it as being ancient China. And I kind of don't like that the most. I think people should really write how it would change the world. There's a lot of thought you could put into it on how things would move, how you do it. I've seen some high-tech cultivation stories, actually. High-tech cultivation stories is a medium that needs more love. I'll say it. I'll agree with you, Nagi. That is a genre that needs more love. Like, that's the idea of sci-fi worlds where people are still where cultivation allowed people to like reach through the heavens and fly across space. Those are really cool to me. I think we need more of those. But a lot of people don't want to write the sci-fi elements of those, which is a little sad. Anyway, I think that's a good summary about worlds. Influence how the worlds change society. Don't, please, for love of God, do not just write ancient China. Sorry, 1,000-foot pagoda. Please do not make that the thing. Star Wars, but cultivation. Man, oh, that'd actually be kind of cool though. Man, lasers so Star Wars is like the lowest end of a cultivation power scale. So much with it to have as so anyway. I think this brings me to my next point. I think one of the modern world tropes suddenly gets magic, or one day gates open, they don't have to worry about the influence. But see, now that, Kyra, is an example of a good use of narrative conceit. Narrative conceit is very often your friend. And it's low-key a kind of way that lit RPGs are managing to solve the poor world-building problems better than wuxia, with a caveat, I'll put that there. Because with the average lit RPG where the world suddenly has a gate open up and magic starts appearing, your solo leveling warriors, etc., whole fucking genre out there. The narrative conceit, aka the justification for why things occur the way they do, is if magic suddenly shows up, society would be the same because up until 5 minutes ago, it was the same, unable to change. However, the narrative conceit for this doesn't work with wuxia or zanxia because with 10,000 million years to change, you have no excuse for why it would be the same. Yep. That said, lit RPGs tend to have the other problem where while they have I mean, in some ways, yes, Yomi, more civilization does let you build bigger pagodas. Skyscrapers today are more or less just modern pagodas, but cool. But while an average wuxia story has no explanation, no justification for why things haven't changed, the average lit RPG's problem is that once massive change happens, the society doesn't. Or at the very least, doesn't adapt much. And one of my gripes about, like, for solo leveling, for example, is monsters start attacking society, humans gain magic powers, things go everywhere, and, like, basically nothing fucking changes, though. Like, you've got guys who can, like, jump across the ocean from Korea to Japan in, like, 2 seconds, but this has not had a meaningful impact on any aspect of human civilization because the average fucker just goes to McDonald's, talks on a cell phone, works a 9-to-5 office job, and complains about unemployment. That should not happen. If magic came into existence and things shifted and monsters could attack at any moment, people would not be that fucking calm. There would be so much more of a change in society that the average lit RPG kind of doesn't ever go into because they hit the problem of minutia. They take too long on the details. And they get so caught up writing the one thing they want to write, which is survival and small scale conflicts, that they never get to do the next thing, like societal change or new humans. They never move past the early stage of this small dopamine loop of main character gains a new power and has to fight more obstacles. They never really get to the interesting parts where human society starts to, say, stabilize after the global cataclysm, because they spend like 200 plus chapters on just fighting raiders or struggling to find food. And cultivation novels have this exact same problem, and it comes down to the spacing of shit and not understanding what people want to see. And also, too much time on unimportant stuff. Because a lot of these stories feel a need to show everything. But as some of the more successful entries in this genre have proven, like I'm going to use a controversial example, Beware of Chicken, you don't actually need to like show all the steps of cultivation, because skipping to the good bits can do a lot more for you narratively than focusing on like 50 chapters of key gathering, like 50 chapters of the main character being like, I meditated, I harvested more plants, I put more pills in my body, I meditated some more, I worked out, I punched a low level wolf, I gathered some more key, I harnessed my energy for some more, I learned another new sword technique. I'm going to call this sword technique number 2, then number 3, number 4. Like, dear lord. The story that made me get the most fed up with this was a story I was told had a very good overall concept, but had the worst build up to it. One second, let me chat. Maria is hyper Nightmare Society. The monsters don't do anything. Okay, fair enough. If you were to Steelman solo leveling, it's trying to show you how people who have the power are elitists and don't care about society to change the better. But see, that's the weird thing, Nagi, because like half the people who have the power to be like really jacked in solo leveling are just like random fuckos who didn't have a place in society before they got magically powerful. Like the first guy he fights, like the weird murderer guy and his brother, they're literally just like gangsters who got the power to like destroy small countries. And what they do with it is they just keep running small scale gangs, even though they can like, they're like human nukes. It's so bizarre. Prepare for your breakthrough. Get stuck in cultivation, because look, here's the rough breakdown of what an average cultivation system has. Keep in mind, this is not like the hard one. There's a lot of specific terms here, but this is the rough steps most cultivation stories tend to follow. First step, bodybuilding. If you want to put ki in your body, the mystical force of the universe, you got to make your body strong. This, on average, tends to take like 50 to 80 chapters to really like get through. Some people steamroll this into like 20, but that's not as common. Then you got ki gathering. This is when you start putting energy into your body. At this point, you still can't do anything cool. This is like glowy punch level powers. This tends to eat up like another 100 chapters of just doing this shit. This occupies more. After this, you have like some other level of refinement where you start to vaguely do something cool. And then at some point after the refinement phase of gathering key, again, Akaso, this is rough names because we're doing this. You get to the golden core, which is like the only name that ever seems to remain constant. And golden core is when you start doing cool shit. Like, if you want to start seeing a guy fly around, shoot fire, start manipulating the concepts of the universe, you have to wait till this fucking point. And on average, this will be about 250 chapters into something. And of course, after this, you get to like higher concept stage, where people start having like more interesting powers. And then after that, you have either like go to heaven and ascend to a higher reality where you basically start the process over from the beginning, or you reach some like new esoteric bullshit where you move past the solar system and start doing like things where you manipulate the karmic fate of the world or embody the concept of fire. But the problem is that oftentimes this stuff, yeah, you never get to it. You never really do much of a story at this part. Because this part, it usually takes the average author so long to get here that in terms of like population of novels, like oh, 1 second. Um maybe like 2% of these stories will ever reach the point of doing like cool cosmic tier bullshittery or cosmic tier fights, which is kind of one of the things people kind of were interested in because you always hear the stories of like, man, this guy like started doing galactic level manipulation. He used an entire solar system to set up a formation that could like channel the force of a sun into a sword strike to like, hit this other guy galaxies away. And it's like, yeah, I think I've read like one story that got to this point or two. Like it's very, you very often don't get to this part. And heck, a lot of the time, like I would argue about 60 to 80% of stories get stuck during the fucking key gathering step of the narrative because they get so caught up in the minutia of the main character having to explore the generic world and meet people and do things. They never really get to the point where the main character does like much of like interesting powers. And I'd argue, somewhat controversially, that I think this part of the story, right about here on the power curve, is where people want to go for the spectacle of cultivation. Because, quite frankly, I don't think anyone really wants to see the glowy punch step of cultivation very much these days. Like, yeah, it's a good little trip in the beginning, but more often than not, people spend way too much time on that step when it's not a very interesting step to be at narratively. Like, guy has the power to punch slightly harder because he's got ki in it, and his opponent also has ki, and it becomes in some ways the worst part of Dragon Ball, where it's people going, I am a tier 5 key gatherer and you are a tier 6 key gatherer, but I am a high tier 5 gatherer and you are a low medium tier 6 key gatherer, which means we're closer together than if I was a medium tier 5 gatherer and you were a high tier 6 gatherer. And this is just Dragon Ball power levels, but even more incomprehensible. Because at least Dragon Ball had the courtesy to use one goddamn number system. When Vegeta said, I am at 9,000 and you are at 5,000, he didn't mean I am at a 9A tier B and you are at an 8A tier C sub tier 5. Okay? It was just one number is bigger than the other. You don't have to jump through a bunch of bullshit middle ground to figure this thing out. You don't need to. You don't. And this is basically what key refinement is narratively. It is just Dragon Ball Z power scaling, and it's worse. It legitimately, Calico, this is God. Every main character can kill at least 2 realms above them, which I want to point out here is why realms are sort of bullshit narratively. Like, number go big again. Number go big writing sucks. It sucks so much. I cannot emphasize this enough. It is boring, dull narrative that does not give any of the stakes. Because you know what is hard to write, actually? You know what's hard to write instead of one thing doing things better than something else? Interesting interaction. And again, this is something you can only really do towards the golden core level where people start gaining weird magical abilities, because writing fight choreography is actually very hard. The average person does not know very much about how martial arts work out. There are only 3 realms and 5. Below you, at your level, and above you. I mean, yeah, technically you can break out the world into those three things. But from a purely narrative sense, most people don't realize that writing a fight scene is actually like very, very hard. JoJo Bizarre Adventure battles. No, but like actually, Kira, this is what I'm trying to get at. Like JoJo Bizarre Adventure stand battles is kind of the most interesting part of Cultivation fights. Because it's never like a sword fight. Because the average sword fight you'll get will be like, and then I unleashed my fifth sword technique, Mountain Cleave, clash bang, bang. And then he unleashed his sword technique in response, Swallow cleaves the mountain in half, clash bang, bang. He pushed me back. I unleashed a following thing, Monkey steals peaches. He blocked my hand, clash bang, bang. Whooshing, we push each other apart. Like that is... I have read so many stories that just have dialogue like that I don't even think you can tell what I am parodying here. I think people who've read a bit more than I have can kind of relate that this is like a very, very painful reality. And oh god. This was what pushed me out of a series someone convinced me to read. And why I started considering this lecture to begin with. And that was A Regressor's Guide to Cultivation. A story that someone told me, hey Koi, you should read this. It's the hook they gave me was, it features cultivators who become eldritch entities after they reach a certain level of power, because they stop being humans and start becoming the personifications of like various natural forces with like sentience. And I was like, oh man, that's really cool. The reality was, I read 60 chapters of the main character saying, I am bad at sword training. I will train for another 20 years to learn the sword. I spent another 20 years training to learn the sword. And like literally he'd just be like, between paragraphs, I will learn 2 more sword techniques. I'm still bad at the sword. And I think what broke me mentally was, there was a chapter I read where the main character is fighting a guy and he just lists 29 different sword techniques in a row. Like he just names 29 different things. He says, I used my sword technique. And then it is just 29 lines of different sword technique names. There's no description about what any of them do, how any of them look. And then at the end of it all, he goes, it didn't work, so I unleashed another 5 more sword techniques. And it lists 5 more sword techniques without describing why they didn't work. Let me quote my phone book of sword techniques. Nagi, it really was just that. Like, fuck. It was the most boring shit on the planet. And I said at that moment, I coughed out blood as my cultivation hit a bottleneck and I fought an inner demon. I said, there is no conceivable way that the concept of people becoming the eldritch manifestations of universal constants could be interesting if this is what this fucker thinks is good writing in the first 60 pages. Because do you know how many chapters this shit has? Do you know how many chapters this has? Do you know how many chapters there are in Regressor's Guide to Cultivation? Nagi? Give me a number, please. Don't Google it. Banganaka, so you fucking ruined it. Yeah. No, it's 400. Akaso kind of just said the number. Exact thing happened when I tried picking it up. Well, I'm enough. How's it going? It's just like, God. How do you. Hmm. It's baffling to me that you'd think that that part was good. I will defend this pick with my life, even though the prose isn't great. In places? Bro, I read 60 chapters of that thing, but like, look, I just don't believe this man can grow better as a writer. If you want to prove me wrong, here's what you can do. I am going to link my Discord because you can't post links. Please find like one or two like good paragraphs of dialogue from a regressor's guide and just post it in like the general chat. Just post it in general chat and I will read it. Because after 60 chapters of that thing, I don't think it respects my time. Like, I could have bashed my head against a wall. And I think I would have spent my time better than reading Regressor's Guide, Cultivation. Like, maybe I'm coming off as harsh, but dear lord, it was rough to read. Like, maybe it gets better after chapter 200, Nagi, I don't know, but like the first 60, it ain't it, chief. It ain't it. At least in some novels like Revenant Insanity, you can enjoy the crazy main character. See, I haven't read too much of Revenant Insanity, and I've heard a lot of it by his reputation. But I'll tell you this. Even if your main character is just some crazy fucko, it's a lot more interesting than just the blandest piece of tofu on the planet meandering around trying to figure something out. Are you trying to say a certain je ne sais quoi? Also, wow, thank you so much for the subscription, Yomabito. Thank you very much. Regressor's Guide, is it popular? From what I've been led to understand by my brief encounters with it on Marshall memes and some of the other places I frequent, it is somewhat well known and somewhat talked about, but I have never delved too deeply into the conversations where people mention whether or not it is interesting or good. So I can't. A Regressor's Guide of Cultivation. Oh no, Regressor's Tale of Cultivation. No, not guide. What is guide? I'm waiting for. I'm not waiting for 2 minutes of ads. Oh man, yeah. Twitch ads can be rough these days. Is the main character called Siu Yun-hyo? The main character's name, I can't fucking remember. I cleared that memory out of my cache. What is the name of the character in this? The summary I found doesn't actually say his name. Boom. The main character. Okay, this doesn't actually have his name either. He doesn't really use his name very much, does he? Up Su Yujun. That is his name. That is in fact his name. It was a thing I have read. It certainly was. Okay, the ad's over, so I can dive back into this. So, interesting interaction versus simply power level. And the reason why I think Golden Core Cultivation is the desired level of writing for writing the sort of conflicts people want to see in a cultivation story? Okay. On average, as I was saying, the average writer cannot write or choreograph a good fight scene of just people fighting or swords. Very often it's just like vague descriptions, very simplistic martial arts of he punched and he dodged, or really, really bad nameless attacks, which are the worst. The the I will use my Google spreadsheet of sword names is not a school of writing you should follow. It is very boring and shows a complete lack of faith. Like heck, even writing a sentence like he launched into a series of moves, each probing at his opponent's defenses, trying to find a sign of weakness in his guard. That doesn't say anything specific, but it describes the action in a way that you can picture it. Even though I didn't actually list any specific martial arts moves, I've tricked you into giving me your Discord invite. Bro, I'm down to read your my choreography. I'll be honest here. Like I am always entirely down to peruse new writings. But to go back, I suppose, to the allegation of JoJo's Bizarre Adventures fights, like yeah, cultivation stories have the potential to be infinitely more interesting than a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure fight. Because unlike JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, where every character is locked to having one like thing they do, and like doing things that are kind of tangential to that one power, like electricity or fire. With cultivation at the Golden Core level, it's when people start learning how to do like weird esoteric magic and combining it with martial arts, but of learning various different techniques. And what you can do if you're good at writing, and I love when it happens, and I think this is the peak of cultivation writing in terms of conflict and character and fight choreography, is the fact that you can work very well with the idea that nothing beats everything. But that doesn't mean it can't try. Because typically what you'll see, if you're not a hack or they just write that your main character always has the solution to every weird esoteric thing he comes into, is that in cultivation stories, the power sets people can have are so diverse. There's people who cultivate mental abilities like psychokinesis. There's people who cultivate soul abilities where they can touch the soul as a physical construct, combine the elements, transform things, fight with swords. And the way that characters learn different arts to substitute their own to fight different opponents, but can be incredibly vulnerable to people who are hyper specialized in more weird or esoteric arts, is great. And I love it because sometimes it can like really tie in on some of those traditional classic Chinese folk tales. Ideas like how Sun Wukong had, yeah, he was the strongest guy, but he also had just a weird magic technique to let him have his head get cut off and then just have his head jump back onto his head by yelling, head jump back on, despite it being a severed head, which was kind of fucking hilarious if you think about it. It's like, you realize that part of that technique involved the technique to talk without your head being attached to the rest of your body. But having different abilities that can do certain things but not be able to fill every niche, encounter other powers that fill different niches that aren't just every power, can lead to such cool narratives. Like, for example, let's say somebody is an expert on vocal techniques. Like they're I don't know, let's say, okay, actually no, I have to explain what DAOs are, don't I? Fuck. Brief summary here. Dao or Taoism is a real religion, has a lot of very specific connotations, but Dao, as it is often used in a wuxia or cultivation story, refers to a more direct translation of the word, which means path or way. And it typically represents a aspect of reality that that a character hyperfixates on, as a way of embracing that universal concept. So it can be something really like common, like fire. It can be something a bit more specific, like swords. Or it can even be something sort of vague, like oration, or an art form like calligraphy. It can represent a lot of different things. And oftentimes, this is where the most interesting stuff comes from. And it's also where the most boring thing comes from. Looking at you, sword cultivation. Oh, I fucking. It's nothing personal, sword cultivation, but it's an unfortunate narrative trend. Because sword cultivation tends to occupy a certain niche within cultivation stories that in a lot of other things like isekai or Eastern fantasy, it can basically be described as this. It's basically just anti-magic. Sword cultivation is just kind of the it's basically the brick of martial arts in a lot of writings because rather than learning like a variety of interesting techniques or cool abilities, different utility skills or spells or things, sword techniques are basically I develop sword intent, which is my belief that I can cut through anything. And by doing this, I get better at cutting things, and therefore I cut things. And by cutting things, I now just need to cut things. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk on sword intent. It's it is it is a it is a solution to martial arts and to writing where you just you regress from all the interesting ideas of cultivation literature of all the different magic, the fantasy, the abilities, and you simply go back to Dragon Ball Z power levels of I have 9001 sword technique, sword intent. I can just beat anything up. And if I don't, I'm going to get 9002 sword intent. And then I'll beat them up. Or 9003. So it's a loop. It is a loop. It is a progressive loop where they just pursue this one thing that beats all the other stuff. Honestly, don't do that. Please. Please, for the love of God. If you are writing a cultivation story and you are writing in sword intent as your main character's ability, I beg you, please fucking reconsider this decision on every level. Because there is nothing you can do that will be that narratively interesting unless you are entirely willing to commit to your main character having to have an uphill struggle to use a simple technique to beat vastly more complicated techniques. Welcome in, Bastin. We're having a talk about wuxia world building. Currently, we're on the talk about power and how a lot of narratives for wuxia and zanzia cultivation stories tend to stall out in the early stages of basically glowy punching and key cultivation and never actually get to the interesting part people want to see, which is cool powers fighting other cool powers. And like, here's an example of something I've toyed around with as an idea. I look at Bleach, it gets boring because of that. Yep. And Bleach gets boring because it's people with literally like 1 to 2 abilities who have to use those 2 abilities to fight somebody else who has also exactly 2 abilities. Whereas with cultivation, theoretically, you could learn like a bunch of other techniques to pad things out, which is an idea Bleach like oh my god, fucking Tite Kubo tried so hard, and he got so close to the idea that people could learn things that could compensate for their natural abilities. Which, yes, Akaso, you know what I'm talking about. The Hados. the magical techniques that could compensate for your natural abilities. And what did he do with them? He like immediately moved them to being like cool ways of compensating for your natural weaknesses to just worthless. They're worthless because like more sword intent. And you know, people just got more sword intent, and because they got more sword intent, they just break the Hados, and it doesn't matter. And it also doesn't help that he's a fucking hack who, at chapter like 80 out of what was it, 500, introduced the forbidden most powerful Hado technique used by the greatest expert of all time, and it gets just instantly broken in half by some fucker who wasn't even Aizen. And it was just like, well, what's the fucking point then, man? Why did you even bother putting this shit in here? If you're gonna invalidate it immediately, like, what was the point? What was the point of having the Hados even exist if you weren't gonna explore them as a way of breaking up techniques? But see, actually, Kyra, thank you for bringing that up. You've actually brought up a good thing I want to say to transition into, which is the idea of like a basic diversity of skills for cultivation. Sword intent is never shown in. It really isn't, because it's literally just cutting things better to the point that it cuts things and that your guy never needs to learn anything else besides cutting. And I mean, if we're being like strictly speaking here, that at a certain level of cultivation story, once you get to like the esoteric god power levels where you like completely consume a Dao of the universe, you're basically just on turbo autism mode anyway, of hyper fixating on like a single concept of the universe for thousands of years to get really, really good at it, to understand like every autistic detail of that concept. And in some ways, sword intent is kind of like a bit of the easy autism like path for cultivation, because it's just the hyper fixation on exactly that one thing of sword. But that's an entire other conversation of like, how does cultivation stories in some extent actually like sort of express a desire towards moving towards autism, or autism like traits in the ideas of like 10,000 year cultivation to study one, and how does that differ from like, you know, people who have autism actually hyperfixating on things for hours at a time and losing track of the world around them. That's an entirely different idea that has never been well talked about in any writing. So food for thought about that. If you ever want to run a good cultivation thing, there could actually be a good story to explore with this idea. Oh, Sebastian, thank you so much for the bits. Nom, nom, nom. And what do you mean by go read Chained Soldier? As I have read that manga. I'd like to convince myself I do intend good by giving it a bunch of varied effects depending on what someone focuses on. It'll depend on how they do it. The story I'm working on has an autistic person who's immensely resistant to diversifying their skill set. See, that kind of sounds like they might be doing a sort of Dao-style cultivation there, which I know your story doesn't specifically use that sort of cultivation system, but it could be an interesting idea to borrow some of the concepts from, if you want some like inspiration from a source that is exploring similar concepts but not quite going entirely into it in depth. Because I can tell you I've read one story that vaguely started to bring up the idea of a cultivator who was very clearly on the autistic spectrum, and how the sort of technique they explored, which was a very specific application of like space as a physical concept, was entirely bound by their understandings of like measuring things in fine quantities and recording very, very precise and complicated observations of the universe. Unfortunately, their character never got a full explanation or development, as the writer decided to just have the main character go, kind of seems like they might have a bit of the tism, and then just they never saw them again, which was so sad because like I really thought that would be an interesting thing to explore. Like that was a story where the main character is doing a timeshare on the body of like a cultivation expert who's like at the peak of his sect, who interacts with the other members and like who have been around for thousands of years and are doing their own stuff like immortality wise, and so interacting with these other people who have had thousands of years to like explore and grow weird in their long extended human lives. It was a good concept. I was really excited to see them do something, and then it sort of just became like he's gonna go like beat some chumps up, and then he's gonna leave. And I was like, oh, but I wanted to see like a discussion of like how millennia of lifespan could just impact the human mind, how thousands of years could like cause people to get more set in their habits, how the long endurance of immortality could weigh on the human psyche, and how this person who, kind of was clearly written to be someone on the autistic spectrum might be better equipped to deal with the cultivator lifestyle of living thousands of years. Thank you. Thank you for the stretch and the hydrate, Calico. But how someone with autism might be more suited to endure this sort of like cultivation goal where living thousands and thousands of years and spending centuries in a cave just contemplating a single aspect of, like, I don't know, how you swing your sword might either cause people with a tendency towards, autism to perform better, or people to develop autism like tendencies from doing so. But, it was literally just like the main character saying they have the tism and leaving, which was fucking a waste. It was such a waste of a good. I could have done so much with that. Like, that was they were on the precipice of like actually opening up an interesting topic in this form of human psyche that cultivation novels have sort of created within themselves. The idea of the cultivator who spends millennia hyperfixating on things, and how this is people kind of unintentionally writing characters with high functioning autism. But then it didn't go anywhere. It was like, you were this close. You were this close to that high level of self awareness. You were right at the precipice. You just jump in, commit, do it, just do it. And then it's like, nope. They got the tism, leaves, and never shows up again. It's like, oh, come on. You were so close. They were so. That was so sad, actually. It was really, really sad. Also, like, I thought they were kind of cool because they wrote them in as being a lead member of the sect, as like one of the elders. And for those of you who don't know, like, elder is like basically the top of a cultivation. It's like it's elder, instructor, disciple, and then there's like levels of disciple, but it doesn't really matter. But it was really funny because they were an elder who acquired their title through power and not through political connections. And in like the 3 meetings we see them in, they're always described as just being there but not really caring, but also paying enough attention to have like good points that are completely unattached from like the group politic going on. So like, okay, I get that y'all are doing the politic thing, but then they just bring up a point like, okay, but the grudges, aside from you people rehashing a grudge from 300 years ago, how does this actually help our sect get the fucking treasure? And they're like, thank you for bringing the meeting back on track. And they're like, fine, good, please finish this up. I need to go back to measuring the stars. And then they just go back to focusing on fixing up their astrology tools. Oh, Bassin, this is not a specific story in general. This is just an analysis and discussion about world building and world building elements of cultivation stories, which currently is just on a bit of a tangent from different powers. And I think we need to actually get back to where we were, because I think we've spiraled out a bit too far from the original point. But I guess what I'm to go back to the thing we're talking about is what Kira brought up, I believe, which is the concept of power movesets or power techniques. And it comes down to time and also focus, where some people in a cultivation story would in fact hyperfixate on one concept like fire and become a master of it, but some people focus on a variety of techniques to supplement their martial arts, and some people don't even bother doing martial arts. Like, a very two elements that always get undershot in cultivation stories, that I think are a little sad, is talismans, which I think are kind of cool. Uh, Guess why I have a bias towards talismans? Could be any reason whatsoever. I think they're fucking cool. Was Ghost Sweeper Mikami a bad influence on young Koizetsu? Maybe. And game intent. Talismans are always kind of a cool thing because it's the idea of preparing, is learning how to apply power in preparation for things and storing in advance instead of active use. It's more of an academic side to cultivation, and quite often we don't actually see very much of it. However, when we do see it, if it's used well, it can be a very interesting narrative to follow. And I will give a shout out to a story I have been enjoying with it, which has been Cultivation Nerd. Which, honestly, I enjoy this story quite a bit for a variety of reasons. It starts off a little out of the box. It's a low key a bit of an isekai. A guy gets trapped in the mind of a cultivator from Earth. A guy from Earth gets trapped in the mind of a cultivator from another world. But the big thing is that the main character doesn't really seek to do much violence in the beginning. He gets dragged into some stuff later, but it's mostly about him learning how people study cultivation and exploring the idea of trying to learn more about how people learn about cultivation. And it does a pretty good job of it. Its current arc is a little bit curious about how that's going to go, but I like that it's a focus on not just cultivation for the sake of cultivation, but it's somebody who's interested in cultivation to learn more about it as something that is foreign to him. And in terms of a pursuit of knowledge story as a primary impetus for the main character's actions, I think it does that pretty well. I'll let Asako bring up their gripes in a bit, but the other thing I think that gets overshadowed a lot is game intent, which you'll see very, very often as a side thing in cultivation stories, where it's somebody who's mastered very often Go, but sometimes they'll give another game, where they've just dedicated themselves purely to exploring this game and how it can influence the world, and how things that occur in life are reflections of how the board game or card game they've chosen to play exists. How to just see a lot of symbology in this one thing that they've in some ways kind of determined to hyperfixate on. Game intent's a low-key tism coded sort of cultivation road. But very often you don't see people using it because, well, for one thing, you'd have to like write a lot about like how to play Go. Like, there's the board, it's got all the lines on it, and you put down the pieces. You know, go. Woo! And sometimes you can tell somebody's writing in the idea of game intent into a story because they'll feature it because they saw it in a different story, and then like the way they feature it is that somebody will just hit somebody on top of the head with a go board as like wham and be like go technique, and it's like, oh, I remember reading a story where it was like the guy practiced harnessing the intent of studying the universe and predicting the future through games of Go, and the way they fought was they picked up a handful of rocks, like, you know, the game pieces for Go, and they just yeeted them at people. It was like they just basically go like and they were just handfuls of of little the little game pieces at people. And of course they died like very soon after this because they only showed up for like that one part and some guy with a sword just stabbed them and then had a pithy line about, "You wasted your time studying a foolish Tao of predicting the future when you should have known you were gonna die for studying such a worthless martial art." But I thought that was kind of lame. Mahjong intent. Or Mahjong intent would be pretty fucking cool, actually. Like, Mahjong intent could be cool because, like, and see, this is why I love game intent, because there's so many cool ideas you can use. And you can't use at low levels of cultivation, because if we were at... Where did I fucking put the note? Dang it. I haven't named these. I'm doing the fly. Like, if we were still at the glowy punch level of ki, or even at the ki refinement stage, we would, like, what the fuck can you do with Mahjong at that level? Because at this point, you don't have any magic. Your characters have no magic. They can't do shit. So at that point, you're literally just having a guy who works out, plays a fuckload of Mahjong, and just occasionally throws Mahjong pieces at people. And that's why I kind of think that starting at, like, the golden core area is more interesting narratively, because you can use a technique like, say, a person who specializes in a magic application of Mahjong to manipulate reality. Because if they don't have the magic power to do shit with this, they can't do shit with this. No one cares about reading 500 chapters of the guy who does the magic Mahjong technique doing fucking push-ups and gathering ki so that one day he can eventually, possibly, maybe use the magic Mahjong technique. No, you want to, like, see him go through the steps of being able to start using the magic Mahjong technique, realizing it's hard, and then figuring out how to actually use it properly. That's what you want to see. And with the eventual goal of him being able to, like, actually do something cool. Like, I don't know, triple dragon attack. When he gets Sanbaimon 3 big dragon. Yakuman. Yes, I'm seeing your comments on that, Aka. So it's the realization that you can make an idea that's really cool, but if you lock yourself to having to go the entire route of explaining every single step on the beginning parts of cultivation, you will sadly wind up having to dedicate too much time to getting to the point of being able to tell the story you want to tell. And by that point, you'll have spent, like, I don't know, 80 plus chapters just getting to the start of being able to do what you want to do narratively. Which is just fucking self-flagellation at that point. Like, you're just hurting yourself then, because, like, why do you want to... You don't need to do this. You can abbreviate this section to being, like, maybe just 20 or 30. Start a little later into the curve, go further. You don't need to go retread the ground everyone else in the cultivation genre has already tread. They've treaded for you to create context. And sure, you will have to explain a little bit for newcomers and for people with less understanding, but you can really just focus that here. And if you're really desperate to explain out the early stages, just have the main character have to do some mentorship. Because if they, as a person with more understanding, explain to people with less understanding, you can keep your character with a good skill set and the interesting things you want to write about, the cool conceptual powers, without doing them to spend like 50 chapters just gathering ki. And then they gathered more ki. And then they fought a guy who was at a slightly higher level of ki gathering, whose fists were slightly more glowy. And then they fought someone else who had the power to make themselves more muscular with their ki. Because that's all you can fucking do at low-level ki gathering! No one ever has low-level ki gathering have any sort of interesting fucking powers, and it's so sad. I think I need to get some more water real quick. I've been talking for... Thankfully, I have an emergency bottle of water, my emergency gourd. I'll fill it as I read a bit of chat again, because I think I'm behind on messages. Oh, shit, Bassin, I forgot to do my push-ups. Well, by the way, if you're in chat, you can just make me do push-ups anytime. Constant body refinement is part of my martial path, so... Let's go! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, let's go. Just have the magic Mahjong guy start off using talismans. And if he's not doing it himself, it just always feels narratively cheap to me. I like music intent because at the low levels it actually can do something. That's a fair point. But for average, it doesn't really do it. Let's be realistic. You're writing Zanzias because you can just pull things out of your ass and make your own quasi-unique power system, the classic ones, as a foundation. Which, yeah. See, there's a reason why I didn't actually name anything specific when I went through these stages for this part of the explanation, because this explanation is very much just the rough idea. It's, you start off, you get ripped, you learn how to use power, you start using power, and then you get power, and then there's the high level esoteric shit. You start doing the really cool things, but very often you never get here, and this is just like, and this is basically just like background characters and like the higher parts of the world. But like, where was I here actually? Power techniques, game intense. Ah, right. The idea of the basic things you learn, which I kind of like because one of the things I love about Zanzia and Wuxia is physicality. Because for some and a lot of magical systems and settings, you very often wind up with like some pretty boring conflicts because they all lack physicality, and sometimes, and like, tell me if you've heard this before. The final conflict between good and evil is the good guy stands on one side, throwing his good power at the evil guy, and the evil guy, on the other hand, throws his evil power at the good guy. And because they don't really do much physically, they kind of just like stand across from each other going, wee, wow, wow. I kind of call this like squishy wizard symptom. And it's kind of slowly leaving media I like, because people have started writing like, well, I don't fucking want my guy to not be a fat piece of shit who just stands here, or an anemic twig man whose one power is that he just can shoot a dude and not die instantly. But in Wuxia, like in Cultivation, like the really cool thing is that like, yeah, there are just a few dials you can turn on how your characters fight, like physicality for one thing. How strong and fast are you to move around? There's pure magic, which is like how much power you can actually put into things. And then there's variety, like how many different things you can learn to do things. And that always can form an interesting match, because like, for example, somebody who's way more into bodybuilding for one thing might be able to avoid the attacks of somebody who's spec'd high into magical power or key cultivation. But he might have to work hard to get his various techniques, which might be more limited, to compensate against it, because he can do one thing, but he can't do other things. And that's the sort of trading against the invisible, unobtainable cost of all the actions you didn't take versus the ones you did take is kind of cool. And in terms of often a wuxia novel, as Arcos, what was it? Who said that earlier? It wasn't Sako, it was Kira, yes. Kira mentioned, there is kind of like the starter set you have to learn if you're a cultivator, which I think is kind of cool because it is sort of like the basic idea of what you need more or less to do things. And that typically is a body technique, some way to make yourself stronger. Some focus more on this than others. Movement, so you're not just a fucking lump on a log standing there staring upwards at the sky in shock as you wait for the inevitable feeling of death as some guy's colossal meteor attack rains in from above because you're too slow to avoid it. There's there's whatchamacallit, and then there's a special technique. Technically, some places like to have what? No. Wait a minute, is my knob broken? Oh, that's weird. Okay, something is. Oh, my fucking. Okay, the cord. The cord of my tablet is somehow pushing down on my keyboard, and that's messing up my ability to like zoom to control my brush size properly. That's weird. Ah. Some places like considering like the soul as a thing to cultivate, but I think it kind of makes mental abilities a little bit more a little too normalized for me. I think if you're training like a purely mental power, your soul, that should be its own specialty. I don't think it should be like its own like separate. Now, should you train something like fight against it and resist it? Probably, but that ties back into an earlier idea. You can't beat everything. Like, if you become a generalist that can fight things, it's not narratively interesting if a character has a power that can simply counter every power, which is why Sword Intent's kind of boring as hell in a lot of ways, because it's just a power that exists to counter every other power. But forcing matchups between things that might not have obvious or like along the same lines interactions, I think is like the heart and soul of where a good cultivation conflict aspires to be. Watch me deadlift your meteor. It's fun with kits like this because each set can have their own variations, same moves and focus, but different parts apply. Yeah, and see, that's an idea. That's an idea that you can use effectively if you do have to write a faction versus just individuals, because you can write variety on those instead of just having to be like, instead of, I guess, doing what Bleach does, where it's like, you are your sword. He has the square sword. You've got the sword that looks kind of fucking stupid like this. That's your sole power set. You do these sword things. And you never in Bleach feel like they have like a shared Shinigami move set. Like, it's just kind of like people with swords. They never feel like they're playing with like variations of a basic idea. Also, I think like the only group that ever has like a unified technique is like a Hollows, and it's basically just the fact that they've got the fucking laser beam attack and the Cero, and it's like, eh, mm, I'm not the biggest fan of that. Yeah. Now, see, I think that having a main character cultivate multiple paths is an interesting idea to have, actually, but he should never be the best at all three of them. Because if you're a guy who's spending your limited time getting to about the same level on three different things, if somebody's more focused on one of those things than you are, you shouldn't really be better than them at it, because they've dedicated more time. All things being relatively equal. Yeah, you might be a bit more talented, so it takes a little less time to get one up. But if your main character does all three things the best, it's not very interesting. But if he does all three things equally well, because he's a more balanced type person who is more of a Swiss Army knife than a specialist, that can work narratively. But being the best at all the different things because of doing them, that's just like, that is the basic trap of falling into a Mary Sue character. That is a literary trait we have in the field considered bad for like a century. So don't really do it. Just be a time cultivator to get more time to call. But Nagi, time cultivation's interesting and never done well. Like, man, like, you know what? Do you know what the most common application of time cultivation I see is? It's it's Green Lantern. It's I am a time cultivator. what am I gonna do? I am going to it's either I am going to freeze time on like blocks to block attacks, or I am going to make a sword out of time that is sharp as time and it will cut through anything. And it's like, no, that's fucking stupid, actually. Like this is dumb. Okay, this is like supremely dumb. This is not an interesting thing to do. Please stop doing it. Like it's never anything cool like giving yourself more seconds than the opponent has to do things at the same level of seconds. Which is like I think that's an interesting power. Like if you let's say like you're a cultivator and you're a guy and you're fighting somebody. Yep. Just get these in different colors. Like let's say we have a fictitious matchup here, and somebody has time and somebody let's say is a pure sword fighter. If the guy with time, he might not be as good of a sword fighter, but even if his power is like something small, like he gets to have 1.5 seconds per second. Like that's an edge because now if he has any sorts of techniques or abilities that have a fixed amount of time that they take to use, he can do them faster than anyone else can purely because the immutable resource of time is moving faster for him and nobody else. But like when his power is just to make a sword out of time, it's like God, you have you had the ability to make anything you wanted narratively, and you picked the dumbest option. Just ugh. I made a time magic kind of character who's mainly healer because that's the one thing the ability to level fucking up time. I mean, yeah, you can scope on time's important. Like yeah, stopping the universe probably a bad idea. Localized speed up probably a bit more, reasonable to the grand scale of existence. Because in some ways, like if you're a person and you try to stop time for like the entire planet, that's kind of like an ant trying to like stop the planet with a big stick. You just it's this big, you're this big. That ain't gonna work out. That doesn't make a sense for it. Uh Man. I remember at one point I read something I had a cool use of a time power where they were the person in this book was a master of one ability of time, and the power of time they had was to rapidly age anything that came near them. Like if you threw a building at them, as it got closer and closer, it would age at a more and more rapid rate until at the very point it got close to them, it would be such fine dust that that a stiff breeze could break the building apart and it wouldn't even touch them. And it was a very strong ability, and the main character had a lot of trouble fighting it because his power was to throw fire at people. And against this very, very specialized time ability, he couldn't do shit. And so he lost every single time he fought this person until later on the series, he encountered somebody else with the power to control air. And the guy with the power to control air said, well, I can't like hit them with something, but infinite time does not make more oxygen. And then proceeded to surround the person with the power of time in a vacuum and suffocated them to death. That is an example of interesting interactions between powers because, yes, the time-based power can solve a lot of problems, but like there's also a lot of problems it can't solve. In a fight, pretty good. Like you can't get shot, you can't get stabbed, you can't get electrocuted or fired. It's a very good protective power, but like let's say you need to go somewhere quickly. What are you going to do with that? The power to age things around you. How does that like get you places quicker? how does that help you outrun something? Like, what if the person fighting a time power was fighting a guy who could control Earth, and the guy who could control Earth's power was he was going to just make a very, very large pit for them to fall into, and that was it. Just a big old fucking pit. What do you do? How does infinitely aging stop the pit? How does it do it? What if the person fighting you had a power like gravity, where gravity is not affected by time in that way? You can't age gravity. Like, if they trap you in a high gravity zone, you can't just like age out of it. No, you'll just be in that same intense gravity for longer. What are you gonna do? How do you do it? You can't. And that's the thing, is like, all the different unique powers you could possibly learn let you open up avenues of doing certain tasks very well, but not being able to do other tasks at all. And that is the interesting part of fighting that I feel people want to see in cultivation novels, because everyone always loves it when like the guy with the weird techniques show up. I feel, at least in my opinion, I love when the guys with the weird techniques show up. If you're in a, because and you will inevitably be in this when you get into a tournament arc. Some point in reading one of these stories or writing one of these stories, you just want to have a tournament arc of like people showing off powers, because you don't want to like have the main character wander around and slowly encounter them one by one. No, you just want to show them off at once. And tournaments are great for that. Great narratively too, like establish dominance, help your readers understand how strong people are. The most boring arcs of a tournament arc is always just when it's like three guys whose power is just sword fighting each other. It's like, yes, he has the tiger sword and his opponent has the dragon sword. One is faster and one is stronger. Yes, I sure did enjoy watching for 2 chapters as the guy who has the strong sword fought the guy with the fast sword. Can we get to the point where one of these guys starts throwing lightning with his sword? Maybe? Please? And yeah, I don't really see that much off. I blame the difficulty in writing choreography, but you know, it is what it is sometimes. But don't underestimate the turtle sword. Bruh, if I could get a turtle sword who was just a guy with a shield in one of these things, that'd be pretty fucking great. You never see shield techniques, which is so sad because traditionally China had shields. They're not a culture that didn't devolve shields over time. There was plenty of shields in China. Just, they never seem to get written into martial arts or wuxia or cultivation because everyone's like, oh man, it's lame. It's like, nah, man, shields are cool. Do something with shields. Do something with a shield that isn't just giving your shield the power to shoot different types of magic out of it. I guess that's another thing of advice. I do not make your sword a long, pointy wand. Please don't do that. There's a lot of stories out there where they're like, I'm cool, I'm different. We're gonna have like the swords. People use magic swords, use magic techniques, and like, what do they do with them? It's like, I'm going to stand here brandishing my sword from a distance, and fireballs will hit you. And it's like, oh, it's just a wand. It just a wand. I once more return to the congratulations, you reached the peak of swordsmanship. Your reward is not swinging your sword anymore. You shoot laser beams. God. Yeah, I don't understand why they have that. Like, for one thing, like, ain't sword waves a thing we've had in fiction for a while? Like, cutting through the air and cutting things a while away. Like, like, why do you want to get rid of that? That's an interesting thing. And another thing, like, you kind of think is, if you stop swinging your sword, isn't that kind of antithetical towards pursuing the path of the sword? If you use your sword less, the more you master the sword. Why did you not master the Tao of laser beams instead? What purpose does the sword feature into this if it is not for the use of it? And if you're designing your power in a way that you use less of the thing you are using as you get to a higher level, you are clearly not planning it out very well. Like, I'm sorry. It's just, it's silly. It's so silly. And like, I know the reason you're bringing this up is because a lot of people do it, Akaso, but I am like 80% certain that the reason people do it that way is because they're just ripping each other off, and somebody else somewhere at one point had a story feature that, and now everyone is permanently locked into using that idea, which is fucking stupid. You spent 300 years learning the absolute perfection of this kung fu. Now you've unlocked the peak technique of Buddha, a giant magic Buddha hand. But see, that at least ties together. Like, that makes sense, at least. Like, and I want to be clear here. Your magical techniques representing an organic growth is important. If a guy starts off punching things, and like the end of it is that he has the power that when he punches things, he makes a giant ass Buddha hand just come out and punch people for him. That is a logical extent. Because unless he just stops doing the punch thing, he just kind of like stands there gormlessly and the Buddha hand punches out at people. That's technically a clear evolution of it. Like, he's still doing things. Like, he's still throwing the punch. The punch just has a greater effect than what it is currently doing. Of just, you know, punch. Ugh. I can't believe I have to say, if you're designing your system for your magical martial arts from scratch, and you've made it have incoherent steps where you do one thing and you wind up doing something else, unless you're using it as an example of like how certain old techniques are poorly translated and retained, that people are forgetting the basic shit, or they're stitched together from like 3 different books that everyone half remembered. Just why? Why? Also, Naga, I'm willing to help you later. Just let me know. My mainstay read a swordplay in a shit pulp novel and didn't know about intent, so she made her own version. See, that's at least interesting. That is at least that is an application of personal growth. Like, at least does it. I think we're also going to getting a little too deep in the weeds. And I do have a list of things I wanted to talk about for the world building here. So, where are my notes? Are we? See, we've talked about system. We've talked about the world. Talked about people. Stakes. There we go. Oh wait, shit, is there an ad break coming? An ad break's about to start. We were on basic kits. I think we talked about basic kits and how it allows for definitive basic minimum requirements on people. I think the next thing we're going to move on to is people. Just writing about people in your setting in general. But first, I've got to do 10 push-ups because Sim has redeemed them. Oh, wait, no, someone else redeemed. No, that was Spartan redeemed push-ups. And we're also going to have an ad break coming up, so I'm actually going to take that as a chance to use the bathroom. I have consumed a lot of water, and it is going to come out. The first 10 push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Actually, you know, I think I'm going to go... I'm just going to start the break now, actually. Yeah, it's going to start in like a minute, but I need to use the bathroom, so we shall return after these commercial messages. Also, I guess, use this opportunity to use the bathroom yourself, grab a drink, and I'll be right back in a minute. Okay, we are back and I am unmuted so I don't accidentally start this part of the lecture discussion, which I did earlier and I regretted. Let's see. Having Thank you, Global Drug. Having briefly gained some more clarity, taking a piss. You know, as the saying goes, you piss and you gain knowledge, or gain clarity, or gain awareness. You gain awareness on one thing. That's how much holding your bladder in is actually constraining your ability to think. We're gonna do a bit of a small Q&A section. If anyone has any questions or things they'd like me to elaborate on, we'll move on to our next topic, which is people and how the world informs how they act. Also, I got myself a little bit of a chocolate babka cake, and I'm going to be snacking on that a little as we do this, which is kind of why I'm trying to make this a bit of a Q&A area. So I can repetitiously put some of this delicious chocolatey goodness in my mouth. Show. Ah, don't worry about Asako. With a lot of streams, people never really so much as hog the chat, so much as some people enjoy listening more than others. So I don't mind at all if anyone's chatting a lot. In fact, it's much more helpful to have more active chats than not. Not a question. Decent time to say I found you in the Marshall memes subreddit. Fun place. Yeah, I enjoy Marshall memes. Low key, I've been sort of kind of glancing over to the subreddit to see if I've been banned for self promotion. I had to read the rules carefully. It was like, there's no rule against like advertising myself there, is there? Because I know that there's a lot of conversations about novels, but there's never anyone like really doing any talks about them or like analysis. And so I read the rules, and there's no rule against self promotion if you're doing something like this. So I was like, well, I guess I'll court death a bit. If they ban me, they ban me. I mean, I do have two Reddit accounts. I have the one I post on there on, and I have my VTuber account. So worst case scenario, I only lose one account there. But so far, I'm glad people have discovered this little video because of it. I first time watcher just saw the stream title and got excited. Yeah, welcome in. Please feed the writer. I hope you can have a good time on this. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. We're currently doing the Q&A section as I eat a little bit of cake and recuperate my mental energy. And also let my voice rest a little bit because I realize I've been talking for 3 hours. If I was a university professor, I'd be like, this would be a crazy endurance lecture. But I set up a VTuber who is therefore less academically qualified, less well paid, and has more of an incentive to talk for even longer than they would. I'm surprised I didn't see you on the VTuber subreddit. If I've learned one thing from the VTuber subreddit, it's that the visibility algorithm is really fucking weird on the VTuber subreddit. Like, I post some stuff there and it never gets seen by anyone. I post some stuff there and it does get seen. Let's see. This might have been covered, but can you recommend any English language books? I'm particularly interested in less male-centric stuff. Okay. What sort of books are you interested in, then? If you want a recommendation, a bit of a context on what genres you enjoy. Help me a little bit. was a 3-hour interview term. It's nothing, Nagi. But to a college lecturer saying, you've done 3 hours of a lecture, do another 3 is like, oh, what the fuck are you talking about? Stop. I gotta go home. I gotta grade papers. Leave me alone. The weakness of those with real jobs. They lack the endurance, the strength of spirit. An indomitable core, refined through the harsh heavenly tribulation of the internet. Doesn't matter how good Bobka is. Actually, speaking of grading papers, I isn't there like isn't Potato Master or Potato Master a actual college professor or a teacher who does grade people's paper on stream sometimes? I'm not really familiar with genre firsthand, just fascinated from distance. I'm a little halfway through a couple of English language originals and enjoyed both. Okay. Although in terms of genre, I meant like what sort of genres of writing do you enjoy in general? It doesn't really matter the language. Okay, one is The Water Outlaws, a queer feminist retelling of Outlaws in the Marsh. And the other is Oh, The Water. That is okay. I was like, that sounds familiar. It is The Water Margin, one of the 4 Chinese classics. I know she was recently defending her thesis. I thought she was a graduate. No, she went back for her PhD, I believe. But you don't need a PhD to be a teacher, but you need a PhD to work at certain higher levels of academia, and it also helps with your pay grade quite a bit. I remember, oh god, the water margin reminds me of the fact that I had to read the story of the stone, or oh god, that's another one of the 4 Chinese classics. That was so dry. I was not invested in that court intrigue at all. Yeah, Dream of the Red Chamber, Story of the Stone. That one was just like, ah, I kind of hated that because this was back when I was in college, and it got put to a vote with the class. The teacher was like, okay, look, last year I did 3 Kingdoms. This year we're either doing Story of the Stone, Water Margin, or Journey to the West. And for fucking some reason, Story of the Stone won. I don't know how. I don't know why. But I can't help but feel that I got scammed somehow. Cause that I did not enjoy that. It was just so. It was the pretentious too child. I think it was because it was an early Asian studies course. I think it was people just didn't fucking read things and assumed it was like King Arthur. That's all I can assume. I don't know. God, man. God. It sure was an experience. Although, seeing as you're interested in English language, you might want to check out the Mistborn series actually by Brandon Sanders. And I know I'm kind of like saying a name I already said this stream, but the original Mistborn series, not the second one, had a pretty good female lead to it. I'm up for that. Because from your statement on Cultivation Mushi Arizonzia leads me to believe that you might want to do a more of a fantasy or science fiction take to it. I can't really say too much more about female centric. I don't particularly think I have a leaning to that, as I just kind of tend to read a lot of whatever fantasy looks good on my library shelves these days. But I think. Oh wait, no. Does that qualify? 1 second. I'll be back in a second here. Actually. Okay. Okay. I'm back. I'm just taking a quick lap around my room to grab my bookshelves, but ah, Nagi, no, you can't say that to people. You can't tell people to read the fucking Shad book. That thing sucks. he's awful, and people don't know that you've gone on like 5-hour rants about him. They lack the critical information. Okay, but I do actually have some recommendations for you, please. So, recommendation number one. Actually, I'm gonna pull up some images here. So, and then actually, I have to download these images. Save them, jazz. Screen reference. I wish I just kept this folder open all the time. So, top image. Recommendation number one I have for you is Hyperion by Dan Simons. It's a 4-part book series, science fiction, set in a far future. It was written back in like I think the 70s or 80s. What year was this published? It was 89. And it features a world of kind of science fiction and bit of a how do I put it? In some ways very hopeful view, because it features things like radiation-free nuclear bombs and cancer-free cigarettes as parts of it. But why is it not finding the book cover? I'm trying to put it up here. Hyperion by Dan Simons. But it's a collection of different stories, as the planet of Hyperion is about to be dragged into Armageddon. A galactic war is unfolding between humanity and the Outsiders, I believe they were called. A mysterious faction of asteroid belt dwellers. And as a result, one last pilgrimage to Hyperion is occurring for 7 people to visit the mysterious alien artifacts that dot the landscape of this distant world. And as these 7 pilgrims travel to Hyperion, they each share different stories about their lives, of what has caused them to be the ousters. Yes. Wait, have more people here read Hyperion? Dang. Shit. Well, apparently I'm good at something, I guess. But yeah, if you haven't read this before and you're not, I guess, feed the writer, please read Hyperion. It's quite good, actually. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I can't drag these into my browser, but I can fucking drag these into my ta-da, Hyperion. Great series of books. Loved them. I'd also if you like Hyperion, I don't know if you've read it before, but who wrote Ivory? I do like Ivory as well. It's a story about it's another distant future story, but it's a story about a man who is hired by the last survivor of an African tribe in the year of like 3000 to track down the last remnants of a great elephant that once roamed the plains of Africa, whose tusks were stolen by poachers and lost across thousands of years of human history. And he's been recruited by this man, this mysterious man from Africa, to find the tusks for him for purely spiritual reasons. And it's quite good. I really loved Ivory. It's such a good tale about how stories change over time because each story of how the tusks pass from one owner to another, traveling back in time from the present day to when the elephant was first poached upon the plains of Africa. Oh, it's such a good story, and especially because of the way that each of the tales changes between the original and the flashback and what is discovered by the investigator in the present as he goes through historical archives and data. Ivory, great book. Um, I would also say that the Discworld has quite a number of good female centric stories in it. Terry Pratchett, of course, is a amazing writer. Oh no, wait, shit, has the stream froze? Okay, no, it hasn't. That was just it. But Terry Pratchett has a lot of good writing. The Discworld is a seminal work, amazing piece of fantasy. It's I think one of the best balances of comedy, fantasy, and wit, with also a good heart and great stories in between. Does not lose the narrative at all for the comedy, but certain groups like the witches stories, a Hatful of Skies arc, have feature very prominent strong female characters. What is my favorite Discworld novel? My favorite Discworld novel. That's like asking a mother to pick her favorite child. I've I've always had a soft spot for The Color of Magic, but over the years I've realized it wasn't actually my favorite Discworld novel by a margin because it's very rough and there's a lot of stuff Pratchett was very clearly just figuring out as he wrote it. I do like some of the Guards books; they're pretty good, but I wouldn't say that the Guards books ever become my true favorite. Like Samuel Vimes is all well and good, but I always was a bit more partial to Rincewind, the failed wizard, in terms of like the individual characters who get like multiple books to pad out. That said, while I like Rincewind, I don't think his stories are ever like the strongest for me narratively. Even though I have a really big soft spot for them. For example, like I do like The Lost Continent, but I don't think by any means The Lost Continent is one of the stronger Discworld novels. If I had to pick three though, Hogfather, I think, the sort of Christmas story that delves into the ideas of belief and man is one of my favorites. That's definitely up there in the top three. Um, Going Postal, I would have to say is also there because it features the Discworld adapting to modern technology, namely the postal system, and it's very good. And I'm very tempted to say Soul Music just to name a third book with death in it, but I can't just say all my favorite Discworld novels are the ones that feature death because Terry Pratchett's death is such a great character. Rather than being a pure edgy man or like an entity just embroiled in his pursuit of fulfilling his job, Death in the Discworld is a character that has a real heart to him, despite being a skeleton man that speaks in all caps, all caps, all bold text. Because he's got some really good philosophical bits, and he really ponders the universe quite a lot as one of the things that has existed from all time. And okay, actually, no shit, no, I can't say soul music if I'm locking myself to one death. It has to be Reaper Man. It has to be Reaper Man. That's my favorite death novel in Discord. So it's Reaper Man, it's Hogfather, and oh, what's my third? I feel like I want to say one of the guards one because I do love the guards story. Um, the Night Watch, I'll say. I'll lock in the Night Watch as my third favorite Discworld one. I really want to get around to Monstrous Regiment. I read Monstrous Regiment actually kind of recently. I've had it on my bookshelf for a while, but over the last few years, I've had a bit of an apprehension in rounding out my reading of all of Terry Pratchett's books. Um, Prior to his passing, I hadn't finished all the books he had written, and so on my shelf, I still have 5 books by him that I've slowly been reading one every few years. It's dumb, I know, but in some ways I feel like I can make him last longer, give him just a little bit more life to have it in to have those 5 books on my shelf that I haven't read yet. To just be able to read them and pretend he's still with us just a little bit longer. Even though I know that it sounds so dumb, but it's something that's been it's been something I've been doing. And so Monstrous Regiment was one of those well, it used to be 6 books, now it's 5. And I read it on a plane ride I took in July to Offkai, the VTuber convention. Overall, Monstrous Regiment was okay. I wouldn't say it was truly one of my favorite Discworld novels. I feel like at an earlier point in my life, I would have enjoyed it a lot more than I did on that plane ride. Maybe this was complicated by the plane ride being kind of incredibly uncomfortable. But I just felt that the writing could have been sharper at points. And there was definitely a really good through line with the regiment and the main character pretending to be a boy to join, and the various aspects and twists and turns the novel takes. But I can't help but feel that that one of the through lines was a little bit too flat, and it could have used a little bit more twisting on it to really give it that signature Pratchett punch that hits you in the heart and the mind. Um, Other 2 books I'd recommend I picked up here. Another Pratchett series, but not one written entirely by him, and that would be the Long Earth series, written by Terry Pratchett and Stephen Baxter. This is a bit of a science fiction thing, not a fantasy, where one day in 2015, humanity develops the ability to simply step sideways into parallel Earths by stepping either left or right, or I believe it was what's that? It's Wintershins, and what's the other direction? It's something. I can't remember what it was. People start traveling to empty Earths, and humanity starts to expand beyond just the resource-starved present they're stuck on. People can't bring much with them, only what they carry as they step further and further into these parallel worlds. The ones most near to Earth, the most similar, but as they go farther and farther, they encounter different events. And it's not about eating corn the long way. And it's just a story about how humanity expands when suddenly, inexplicably, no longer bound by the size of our planet or limited by space, but simply just to go and find ourselves in vast opennesses of uninhabited worlds and to determine what they want to do with it. I really liked The Long Earth. It wasn't for everybody, but I thought it was quite nice. Let me pull up the cover for it. And I do believe that following Pratchett's passing, Baxter has written 1 or 2 of the Long Earth novels without him to close out what they had based on the notes they wrote together, which I also think is. Oops. So there's the Long Earth. And I guess for my last book series, somewhat relating to death actually, Discworld, is Piers Anthony's The Incarnations of Immortals. Uh, these are a series of a little bit pulpy things written by Piers Anthony, a very famous writer who wrote several comedic series, several fantasy series. He's very known for The Magic of Xanth, which was quite good. Features a fictitious continent that's not at all definitely just the shape of Florida. The land of Xanth is just Florida, but big. Kind of funny. But The Incarnations of Immortals is a bit of a story set in the future, but with magic of faith and classical folklore all around. And in this world, different key fundamental entities, the incarnations, are key aspects of reality, like death, time, fate, war, Gaia, Satan, God. But rather than simply being cosmic forces, they're actually mantles passed down through time, each of the mantles being passed in a different way. For example, in the first book, On a Pale Horse, the mantle of death is passed down from whoever slays the previous wearer of the mantle of death. Well, one is death, one wears the robe and a mask and carries a scythe. He can travel anywhere and kill anything with a touch, so long as it is their time. But the mantle is a physical thing, and slowly, as a person fulfills the role of death, they'll start to ever so slightly slip across centuries until one day somebody gets lucky, and they kill death in their struggle to survive, and that person becomes the new death and is forced to live out the role. And so the main character of the book is the man who, dying of cancer, accidentally kills death as he sees the skeleton man looming above his bed and strikes out against him. And he finds himself stuck having to play the role of being death, all the while Satan, a cosmic force who in a later book turns out to also be a man, tries to push death into fulfilling some part of his unseen agenda, which will gradually get explained out across 7 books. Each of the incarnations has a different way of being inherited, but I think my favorite is War, where the incarnation of War is truly immortal so long as conflict continues to persist upon Earth. Because the only moment when War dies is when there is a true moment of pure peace on Earth, where no conflict exists between anything. And if I remember correctly, in the very beginning of the book Wielding a Red Sword, because all of these books are based upon a turn of phrase around the immortal concept they feature. Like the first book is Upon a Pale Horse, which, death strides upon a pale horse. The second one is Chronos, and it's bearing an hourglass. The third is Fate, which is why it's called With a Tangled Skein, as in a skein of wool. And War is Wielding a Red Sword, which is a Bible reference to how death rides a pale horse, War bears a red sword. And the previous incarnation of War actually chooses to make a deal with the devil where he can perish. And in doing so, Satan actually helps bring upon a moment of pure peace to allow the previous incarnation of War to finally, after thousands of years, lay down his eternal burden of being the incarnation of War, the one responsible and balancing of all the conflict in a world, who, upon the raise or lowering of his sword, can cause conflict to escalate or cause conflict to die down, but never truly form peace, because War cannot form peace by itself. It requires others to do so. And so, of course, Satan, in doing this, sets up somebody else to experience a moment of true anguish, because the soul that inherits the mantle of War is the most angry soul to exist upon the world in the moments following the moment of pure peace that the previous incarnation perishes in. And so Satan sort of leads this man's complete disillusion with life, and times it out in such a way that he will inherit the mantle after the moment of peace ends, and that his moment of pure anger will occur after the moment of peace. Satan's very, very, very careful about these things, as it turns out, but his reasons get explored later. And so, of course, Satan tries to manipulate the new War, who's unfamiliar with his duties. It follows a bit of a pattern there. But the incarnations of Immortals are very good. They're a little bit pulpy at times, but I enjoy them. And several of the mantles of the gods can only be wielded by men, some by women, some by both, but they just happen to be men during this story. Such as the Fates, who are worn by, the Trinity of Fates, and Gaia, who is worn by, a mother in the book, like a green mother. Or no, being a green mother, that was the book. Being, not like. I remember the last book was called And Eternity, and it also featured God as a whatchamacallit, a triad, of which it was, I think, 3 women, but previously one had been a man. Fuck, my message poofed. Oh no, wait. Shoot, have I just not been reading chats? Oh, I have not been reading chats at all. Okay, let me go back a bit. So far you have recommended my favorite author and a favorite novel and favorite things. I think I need you on Discord. Well, feel free to join. The Discord's right up there. Uh, God, I get it. Yeah. Rest in peace, Terry. He lived a great life. Um, the long earth reminds me of eating corn the long way. I can't believe people do that, actually. It's bizarre. Okay, well, I think that's enough Q&A. Somebody else has one more Q to ask. I can give an A. It brings to mind the song, The Sun is Always a Warrior, in which a man pleads with an ancient god to bring forth peace, and he does, and then the man pleads for war because the king owns all the land and brings us peace, but we live in anguish. Uh, a real sounds like it's man moment. Never truly satisfied with what we get. We always crave more in some way or it's a very key part of the human spirit that actually ties back in to wuxia novels. That's a segue, folks, because the acquisition of more and materialism is very heavily tied into the cultivation. The idea of acquiring resources to make yourself stronger and monopolizing the blessings of heaven and earth to gain power is actually something that ties very closely in. And of course, the scarcity of resources and the dominance of other people informs the people who live in the world you can set your story in. The world informs people, and the people inform the world, and together they form a cycle that will create the present day that whatever story you have is taking place in. Oh, what will moon? Well, means that first I'm going to eat more of this chocolate cake because it's really okay. It's enough of that. I'm sorry for that. I glanced over as soon as I was getting. I was like, I just can I fit one more bite in as I do a dramatic pause, and then I reached over and I'm like, I don't think I can fit this in. But I was already there. My hand was already on the chocolate. I was like, I have to eat, so like, can't stop. And then I just kept guiltily. I'm gonna put this aside. I will come. I will eat you when the stream ends. That'll be my reward for myself. What do I mean by the world informs the people and the people inform the world? Well, on a fundamental level, scarcity will in many ways inform society, especially considering that many cultivation novels take place in a medieval setting, where of course resources were always the biggest limiting factor. Population size, whether people starve or prosper, was all determined about whether or not they could raise the land and things worked out for them. But the way people act also informs the world because when you write yourself a cultivation setting, you're writing a setting that's been existing for thousands of years. Because unless your world has been like in some sort of weird apocalypse where back in the day there were cultivators, 10,000 years pass of just ruin, and then like a few thousand years later people start building civilization up again. Well, that's a bit of a problem on the grand scheme of time because, well, across 10,000 years, you're going to, of course, have plenty of cultivators who have been either alive the entire stretch or alive for very good amounts. And unless they've all been just sitting around in caves, just twiddling their thumbs, well, they've been doing something, right? And so, theoretically, you could have your setting be that the cultivators have had small golden ages or small little bits of civilization across as they've done their own personal benefits. But by and large, human civilization will have had to have existed in some sort of like at least relatively all right condition, barring any apocalypse or I guess in your setting, I suppose a mega apocalypse. Nagi. People have been doing pretty all right, which means they will have had to develop some sort of stability to have continued existing for these 10,000s or hundreds of thousands of years even. And so it's always very interesting when you read a cultivation story that has particularly sociopathic cultivators who just backstab and steal and rob each other, because it really makes you wonder, how has civilization kept on keel this long? How have they managed to just stay stable as long as they have? And oftentimes the answer is the writer didn't think that through and they just wanted everyone to be cutthroat. And across, I guess the red line will represent time in this, their human civilization has just kind of been flat and static, which does not make a lot of sense if you have people with the power of humanoid nuclear bombs or stronger just murdering people or doing whatever they want to live out their personal whims upon the countryside and everyone else around them. Because it's like letting the inmates run the asylum. The inmates aren't gonna run a stable asylum. They're gonna do whatever the fuck they want. They're gonna break out. They're gonna steal shit. They're gonna monopolize the food. There's gonna be weird sex stuff going on. It's not gonna turn out. And so it's always weird when you have a setting with this sort of peace curve, and people who are like, I care so little about the lives of others. I am a demonic cultivator. I care only about my cultivation. Last week I took like 400 babies and I put them in a cauldron to refine their blood down to an artificial pill to give myself like 3.03% more power. But that 0.03 power is great, so that I can use that 0.3 power to go massacre 5 more villages and put 500,000 more babies in a blender to then hunt down some cultivators and put them into a bigger blender to make it so I can use that power to make an even bigger person blender, to make an even bigger pile of cultivators, to make myself another pill to make a bigger blender. And it's like, how the fuck has no one ganged up on Blender Man over here? And then the answer is, oh, it's because you're also Blender Man, and you're Blender Man, and you're Blender Man, and how the fuck is our society stable, actually? Like, how have these people not wiped themselves out in a fucking war by now? And honestly, like, as sad as it is to say, I really kind of wish we had more cultivation stories that were like very clearly past multiple cultivator induced apocalypses, where instead of civilization looking like this on the curve, it looks like this. They have a golden age, abrupt decay, up again, down, 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 and then a period of peace as they calm down a bit, and then shit's starting to go up a little as the main character arrives. But it looks like it might be about to be on another gigantic downturn as people once again begin fighting over resources, and the brief illusion of peace they've experienced here and the brief rise of a golden age makes people think that they can start being dipshits again, even though they're forgetting the past of how, warring cultivators acting only for their own self-ambition without any concern for the greater good of humanity destroyed the planet, like, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times on this graph alone. Like Yoda just fucking around. Yeah, like Yoda. Except even then, it's Yoda fucked around during the plot of Empire, but Yoda didn't fuck around for like 20,000 years when all of human civilization went from agrarian to different flavor agrarian. Civilization was relatively stable-ish in terms of being of an advanced spacefaring age. They didn't like lose spaceflight as a result of the Jedi Order falling. Their technology never had like a gigantic fucking decline. So the Universal Century, where every decade there's a new Xeon remnant faction. I am. I have sadly not consumed enough Gundam to comment on that, Spartan. My Gundam consumption as of last night is I watched Witch from Mercury and I watched the new Netflix special, where I heard people complain that the colony drop wasn't in it. And I know what the colony drop is. That's the 3 things I know about Gundam. The colony that they didn't include in the new Netflix thing, the new Netflix thing, and watching Witch from Mercury. I've not watched much Gundam. It was always one of those things I kept pushing off. I was like, oh, I'll get around to it one day, and then eventually that became, look, I'll just watch a new one when it comes out and see if it interests me. And I haven't had like the time to go back and watch all of Gundam. Maybe if I find someone to watch it with, I'll do it, but that's a far off thing. There's an equivalent of those sociopathic cultivators and didn't. Basically, Gundam has the 1-year war, and at this point, they fit 20-year wars into that 1 year. Maybe there's a time cultivator just like compressing the universe down so they can fit more war into their war. But I think what the big problem that comes in with the idea of like the ultra sociopathic cultivators, or you are not muted. That's good to know. Oh, you're still talking about Yoda. Okay, okay. Right. I guess what I'm trying to say though is with the idea of cultivators and sociopathy, while it's fine to have groups be very, very cutthroat, there has to be like upper limits on what is tolerated as being all right and what is not tolerated as being too much against the greater good. Like to bring up the idea of the young master again, for some reason is now going to be stick figure with square on his head, I guess, in these examples. There's only theoretically so much a sect should be allowing somebody to act like a complete dipshit and harm other prospects, given that cultivators are a kind of a unique human resource. They don't grow on trees in most worlds. You have to have a bit of the gift. You have to have some sort of natural inclination to lean towards it that you then have to work really, really hard to refine. And in the grand scheme of things, like one would think that with people constantly pursuing strength and their own power and people having to work really hard, the sex would have to have some sort of greater good mentality going on. It should be a green square because they got their jade beauty. Shouldn't that mean a green hat? We can make him have a green hat if you want. That's a for those of you who don't know, wearing a green hat is basically an ancient Chinese way of calling someone a cuck. It derives back to a story about a man whose wife gave him a green hat, like a very very bright green hat, so that when she was having an affair, she could more easily see him approaching because he'd always wear the fancy green hat his wife got him, and because he was always wearing the bright green hat, she could pick him out in a crowd. And when having an affair from the second floor building, was able to spot him approaching and warn her, her conspirator of affair to, flee. It's a very weird term. You'll pick it up if you read enough cultivation novels. And I guess if you want to like make it a real meta Twitch insult, start saying that people wear green hats. They won't fucking understand why you're saying that. And actually, maybe if we could start convincing some people to start wearing green hats as if it's a cool thing to do. The cultivation society might be able to start influencing the internet as a whole. Let's convince people it's cool to wear green hats. Let's do it. But don't tell them why. Don't tell them why. We can't let them know. We have to get them as soon as we get them to start bragging about wearing green hats. Marshall memes is gonna fucking explode. I swear. They just won't know. They lack the critical information. It's too niche for the average normie to understand cultivation culture. But as I'm saying though, it's odd how so few sects in stories about cultivation act for the idea of like the greater good purely for their own self-interest of the sect. Not even for like a moral reason, but if you have somebody like Mr. the Young Master going around like abusing or beating up people, like breaking their legs, fucking them up, like on the whole, that's just gonna overall diminish the ability of your sect. You're gonna lose prospects, people won't like it. And so if not for like helping people out or any sort of morality based reason, just for the fact that the other sect next door who's not tolerating this shit will keep getting better, that they would be stuck in a competition based arms race to ensure that they don't just have somebody weakening themselves from inside in like the ultimate the call coming in from inside call coming from inside the house sort of manner, because it makes other people get the advantage on them. It's from a purely practical standpoint. It just doesn't make a lot of sense a lot of the time. Now, that might be just me digging too deep into it and overanalyzing why people write like hateable antagonists, but at least Joffrey had a reason for existing. Like he was somebody who existed within a system that could not punish him. But within a cultivation sect, it's in a world where physical power is something and military power is so concentrated into like individual fucking dudes and not just like political ambition or soft powers like negotiation, money, influence, owed favors. Like no, when you've just got a guy who has the power of an army in just the size of a dude, it's very hard to say the guy with none of that physical power, none of the soft power, and just like a little bit of nepotism would ever really be able to gain enough influence to affect the people all the way at the top of the food chain. Because unless the person who's backing this guy is above everybody else at approximately his level of a sect of your organization, and he's like, yeah, I need to make sure my grandkid, this one dude, is going to harm all the prospects we have to keep pace with guy next door and other guy next door. It just really doesn't make a lot of logical sense that everyone else would be like, oh, he's sabotaging us. This is him. He's working with guy next door number 2. This is to fuck us up. Let's jump this guy. Just the shit out of him and wipe him off the planet. And honestly, there's probably a story out there that does sect politics well. But the sad thing is, like, no one does. No one wants to write a political intrigue story about cultivation. They should. They really should. Can you imagine like the sort of wild stuff you'd be able to do with like just a political intrigue story, or like even a romance intrigue story? Like, you know those really like clearly pulp ass paper novel dramas about like I guess like we need the Mexican soap opera of cultivation. That's what we need. Writing that down. Because like a good romance intrigue series or a good political intrigue, or even just a soap opera, they get so much mileage out of all the little shit people do over like maybe 30 years of life in a real thing. Can you imagine the sort of story you could write for that genre if you took a cultivation setting as your place, where you've got like 300 plus to 1,000 years of interpersonal grudges, small tiffs, deep secrets, interpersonal relationships to use to write this shit? Like, a Mexican soap opera brings one guy back to life, but like, where are cultivation soap operas where like the jilted third niece of the second former sect elder in charge of the agriculture division in the lower city area just begins a 300-year like plot to start slow poisoning Jimbo Shlomes, the man in charge of the pill refining, because she stole the last cookie off of the dessert that one time, and they only make those heavenly cookies once every 300 years. And yes, she's had like five more of them over the last 1,000 years, but by God, she's committed to that revenge, and she is gonna get it in the most petty way possible. Like, I just feel like a lot of people writing these things just want to write stories about people punching each other, and they're ignoring like the infinite potential this genre has to like weave in other genres well. Like, man, can you imagine that? Just a cultivation soap opera across hundreds of years. Just all the little things about whether or not the sect will fall, based entirely upon just the fact that humans are petty as shit, and that 1,000 years or more is just a long time to build up grudges. I've seen one where two sects are basically on side with each other. They don't know why. Uh, See, that's cool, but that's like but we need like evolve off that. Like, what happens if the two sects are at each other because they think somebody stole their girl? But like, what if it turns out that like it's just a miscommunication that one guy thought that somebody else's sister was their girlfriend and it ruined their friendship? Like, what about that? Or what about, I don't know, like, man, there's just so much you could do with it. Like, I guess we're getting off topic a bit from how the world informs the people. Like, in terms of immortality, though, you'd figure that pragmatism would work out a bit. Because holding a grudge is kind of always never considered a constructive thing in most cultures. Like, oh, getting revenge is not the greatest. Don't go for it. Oh, thank you very much for the follow, Library Axe. Welcome to the koi pond. But in a cultivation setting where a grudge can eat up like years and years of your life, it just seems like all these cultivators that always view themselves as being like ice cold logical or in it for the long haul and needing to use every year they have to extend their lifespan from 300 years to 600 years on their maximum lifespan would just, I don't know, like realize that if I spend 20 minutes a week hating a guy, that is like 1,000 hours a year, and across 100 years, that is 10,000 hours for just a century of hate. How many years is that? Oh, it's just not, that's just not much of a year. Okay, maybe he spends like let's say he spends an hour every. Let's say he spends an hour every week getting mad at this guy, and over. Look, my point is, it just seems unproductive that if you're holding a grudge for 1,000 years, it's like you could have spent like a few decades just doing other shit than getting mad at this guy. What are you doing, nerd? Ah, Goody, welcome in. We're talking about world building for cultivation novels, and right now I'm on a tangent for the topic, talking about how the way the world is shaped informs the way the people act within it, and how some of the ways people act are a little bit over exaggerated, to the point that some of these worlds don't seem like they could really like sustain themselves, barring, I don't know, God himself holding this shit together just so that it can explode as soon as the main character walks onto the planet. I'm reading one of those. Oh, what cultivation novel are you reading, Goonie? Do share with the chat. I'm curious. It also gives me a chance to drink some water while I wait for your response. Tales of Demons and Gods. Ah, are you reading the manga for that, or are you reading the novel for that? Ah, now, Tale of Demons and Gods actually, I think, works as a good counterpoint to some of these ultra sociopathic cultivator sects and settings, because at least in Demons and Gods, there's a level of pragmatism to the characters. Because sometimes you get like people with really insane grudges in a cultivation novel. I know people in chat might know what I'm talking about. But the sort of people that, even in the face of like their common enemy breaking down the front door, raping their churches, setting fire to their women, terrorizing the countryside, burninating the cows, they'll still just be like, I'm going to immediately backstab the guy I have a grudge with, even though like both of us have a death grudge against this demonic sect that's currently terrorizing us at this very moment. It's just so weird. I started writing a cultivation novel that's a fanfic of TDG. It's 2 arcs from. I'll be watching your stream. No problem. Also, welcome in, Yug DDD. I don't know why it's giving you the possible ban evader. That means the message is going through. Is it going through? I'll just check. If it isn't, I'm gonna have to approve you because I don't think you're a ban evader. Can people see what Yug just posted? Or is Twitch doing the thing where I can't see it because it's a thing? How do I know if it's going through? Those poor churches. Yeah, look, man. People in demonic sects do weird things. Also, I might have stolen that line from the whitest kids you know. Great sketch. They say that line. um, blah. But in Demon Gods, actually, people are actually pretty pragmatic, where they have the concept of greater good hasn't disappeared, and people will actually work together, even if in greater conflicts, even if in lower scale conflicts, they still kind of hate each other's guts. Which is a weird trend I've noticed, and I think you can tie this down to a bit of parasitism and a bit of incestuous writing. Where over time, things have started to spiral in a bit more, that the antagonists need to be acting more in their self-interest, and in a bit of a domino effect. It all probably started with one guy over here being like, I'm going to betray my sect for revenge. And then it went to, I am going to betray my sect out of spite, to, I wouldn't save my own sect if it was on fire and I needed to piss. And all the way down to, the demon sect is actively stabbing me, but I am still going to try to backstab the main character as I am currently being actively stabbed by these fuckers. And the main character is trying to get them to stop stabbing me. Why? Why am I doing this? And that sort of progression and that sort of like little twists over time is, it's one step in the every step in the wrong direction by a slight bit, even though each step was taken for the right reasons. Slowly, inevitably, you find yourself at jank, and that's there. That's with that's the world where every cultivator is actively putting people into blenders, yet no one understands that it might be in the best interest of everybody if the blender cults just stopped having free reign over society. Plus, I'll be honest, it's sort of a bad trend in terms of narrative, because very often the idea of the sociopathic other cultivator is more of a creates a really crippling sense of isolation in the main character that's a little bit weird and kind of defies humans as social creatures to a great extent, but also mainly serves to exist so that writers don't need to write other characters as more than like two-dimensional husks that vaguely show up, like, I don't know, those little cardboard dummies at a shooting range where they show up, they move to the side, and then they disappear by folding downwards. Because if the main character never trusts anybody and never rely on anybody, and they only ever care about themselves, well, quite frankly, it means you never have to write more about anybody else. The other people will never be there. You'll only have to write about the main character, and unless he's got a magic ring, or I don't know, the soul of some other dude trapped in his body, literally nobody else. You are writing a one character narrative of man pursuing big number go up, which is it's not very interesting writing, to put it that way. Like, sure, you could do a character study on pure isolation of, I don't know, a just this is spitballing another idea that might be cool. If someone writes this idea, I give them props. Feel free to use it if you're going to do something with it. But let's say you're writing a story that's a bit of a bottle story. The main character you've got is alone. He's isolated himself. He's never experienced much human contact that's been kind to him, and he is currently inside of a 300 or 400 year closed door cultivation session where he's contemplating everything about his existence as he sits inside this cave. There's no other people, there's just him cultivating, but it's him reconsidering every moment of his life that led him here into this cave. It never goes into a narrative where it just tells entire stories. It's only told through anecdotes and singular memories. It never goes off and just tells a whole story and then just ends with him in the cave. No. We know why he's in the cave. He went in the cave to cultivate. He's reflecting upon his life as he just braves whatever he's got. And that, as an excuse to write a story about isolation and loneliness in a world where you can only rely upon yourself and cultivation, would I feel be a really good way to explore, single character cultivation story, as opposed to a single character cultivation story where the main character just never talks to anybody, never makes any friends, never really does much except kill people who oppose him, and then eventually, I don't know, makes himself a big ass mountain chair somewhere and declares he's solved his life or something. Fucked if I know. Glory City is needed to survive. Yes! See, pragmatism of survival. The previous empires were destroyed because everyone didn't. But most of the time, they do scheme. Yeah, but even though they'll scheme against each other for advantage, they never put aside the fact that the grand goal they have is not getting killed by the really big, scary things that live outside of their world, like the big scary demon dudes. And as much as they can quibble over their little squares on their city, at the end of the day, they still got to deal with that guy who's just who's still there. You'd think it's not hard to flesh out characters, by the way, but if there's anything to judge by the average quality of a cultivation novel, they very often have extreme reluctance to incorporate much other things. In fact, I think I can summarize the average cast of a cultivation novel. And some people might think this is a bit of a judge, but let's see. You got main character dude. You got boy young master. He's there. Got his hat. You got fat guy. I don't know. I don't know why, but for some reason, the fact that one or two books got success with a side character who's kind of a fatter dude who's more comedic relief has had every subsequent cultivation story have one fat guy to pad out the team. And I do mean literally pad, because this fucker is so wide, he is occupying the space of half the rest of the main cast. He is best friend, comedic relief, other friend he weirdly had, and like fourth childhood friend rolled up into one, quite possibly because he ate all of them. From a narrative perspective, this man used a devouring cultivation technique to consume other characters into himself so that the writer can compress them down into a single side character. And honestly, if the writers had more balls, Fatty Wang would also be the Jade Beauty, the Jade like beauty, aka female childhood friend, as he would consume that narrative role as well. Become thin, become a become a uh, become a partner for the main character, and then the writer would thoroughly never have to write another side character into the entire goddamn novel. Also, there's like animal companion. Like 50% of the time, this is a tiger for some reason. I don't know why. Sometimes it's a wolf. Occasionally it's a bird. One time it was a snake. I kind of like the snake. The one time it was a snake. The snake was kind of great. The snake was it was not in a very serious setting, but the snake was I like the one that has snake. The snake was like a 800-year-old snake that the main character found, who just played dead all the time, and it taught the main character how to stop his heart to pretend to be dead. People would ignore him. And then afterwards he just kind of travels around with the snake, and it was kind of great. Fatty Wang. Yeah, see, that people know the name for it. Fatty Wang, the fat character. Special power, he's large. Other special power, he probably is a body cultivator. Is he ever a specialist cultivator? Nope. Very rarely does he know a technique. You just mentioned this poor disciple. Yep. Somebody knows the things I've been reading. Good pickup there. That in fact is. But who else rounds out this main cast, actually? Aside from Fat Guy, childhood friend who's a female love interest. Oh, right, that's what it is. Um, like 3 to 4 other random women that show up for some reason. I don't know why, but it's a weird inherited trait, I think, from like early harem anime that might have gone overseas to China. That's just stuck around as female characters that get introduced and then go nowhere. And then sometimes, eventually, if the writer is horny enough, there'll be an orgy. And then they'll disappear and never show up again. Fatty Friend is boring. Well, Fatty Friend is boring, but apparently people like it. It's the again, this is the McDonald's of cultivation. And in the Fatty's case, it is literally the McDonald's of cultivation. Everyone wants a fat best friend. Everyone writes in a fat best friend, and so we gain an overabundance of fat best friends. They keep growing larger and larger, larger, and no one knows why. They're still everywhere, growing to this day. But it's a real shame though, because I feel that people people writing like this are very much buying into the fundamental law. I think that kind of blights cultivation knowledge, which is big number go up writing, the pursuit of power and nothing else. And because they don't want to write people having friends, they just want to keep writing about the minutia, the most boring minutia of a cultivation story, like spending 12 chapters just gathering key. They never explore any of the other elements to indicate the passage of time besides just saying like 5 weeks passed, 6 weeks passed, 6, 7 weeks passed. And by just doing time in these bland demarcations of this much passed, this much passed, this much passed, this much patch, it in some ways makes it feel like less time is passing than if people had just simply said it was a while. Because by making time pass in like year gap, year gap, year gap, year gap, year gap, you trivialize its passage to the point it doesn't have any meaning. It's repetition that wears it out. It grinds it down. And so honestly, I feel like even if you want to write this sort of story, which I think you shouldn't, I would not advocate writing 12 chapters of key gathering just for the sake of like the main character finally getting enough key to make his fist glow once when he punches a rock and breaks it to show how strong he now is. Like, how about an indication of the time he took to learn this through interactions with other people? Like, flesh out the rest of the cast. Like, even if it's just like the guy he lives next to, like his neighbor. Like, how about over time across 12 chapters, you show how he grows closer to his neighbor because every day when he goes to cultivate, he has to walk past this guy, his neighbor who's just always there, wakes up at the same time in the morning. I don't know. Maybe the neighbor just likes eating shrimp fried rice for breakfast, and every day for like 5 years, as the main character cultivates his key, he always walks past this guy at 3 in the morning or 5 in the morning eating shrimp fried rice. And then one day, after 5 years of doing this, he turns to the guy and he's like, I've seen you for a while here. Like, what's the deal with the fried rice in the morning? And they just have a conversation about why this guy has been eating fried rice for like 5 years every morning before he cultivates. And he's like, I don't know. I think it tastes pretty great. I've tried a lot of food for the last 10 years of cultivation. I just realized I like fried rice a lot. Plus, some days I don't have fried rice, it's pork rice, but you never really notice because you never paid much attention, even though we've been like neighbors for 5 years. And like, I don't know, just small human moments to make your character feel like a person experiencing an extreme passage of time, rather than simply blinking the time away, could add so much to making it feel like things are occurring. They might not be moving very fast, and they might be in kind of like a bit of a liminal countryside sort of time where the years go by, but it doesn't feel like much time is passing. Kind of like what happened during COVID, where everyone was like, man, it's been years, but like it also feels like I've accomplished nothing, but yet everything has changed at the same time. But these sorts of little character interactions could really make things pop. And it's so sad that a lot of people neglect them because they always think that it has to be the big flashy things, like the big time when the main character gets his cool sword and he fights the guy, or when the big meteor comes exploding down from the heavens and breaks everything, or when the evil tiger shows up and I don't know, decides to like eat a baby. Nah, it's like the small moments of a man experiencing eternity could add to a lot to a story. And in that way, by cutting out the humanity of the people experiencing the length of a cultivation to just simply put more time into big number go up, it does a disservice to the ability of this sort of storytelling to tell like truly epic scale encounters of humanity, which kind of sucks. Write more people. I know this sounds like a basic thing to say, but man, if you're gonna write a cultivation story, even plotting out like small interactions of one person across like I don't know 10 years of in-universe time that might accumulate in like two small moments can really make your world feel a lot more lived in, as if these cultivators are sticking around. Like, because if everyone in your sect in your cultivation world is living like hundreds of years as an inner disciple or even an outer disciple, they're gonna run into each other. They're not just gonna be so spaced apart they're never gonna see them like stars in the night sky. Nah, they're gonna be like regular fixtures, like the sign to the McDonald's that you pass as you walk to work, or the highway, or rocks, or trees. Everything will be around. People will notice things, and if anything, suddenly noticing the absence of somebody you've always took for granted as like a fixture of the landscape for the last 10 years of cultivating, let's say shrimp fried rice guy disappears one day, like that might have a profound impact on the main characters. He realizes like the thing he took as a regular mundane occurrence that would never change just did. Like, shrimp fried rice guy got murdered by a magic tiger last night. He went out to explore, he did some stuff, and he got just mauled to death. It can happen. Years spent on this goal of cultivating, and you realize that, man, like, you could just die at any moment. And over all the centuries, what do you have to show for it besides the fact that you vaguely remember this guy? You don't know. And do you want to be him? Do you want to be shrimp fried rice cultivator? Do you want the one thing people remember about you as you were that guy who, I don't know, ate a donut every day? Because that's what you do. That's all they'll remember you as. The same way you remembered shrimp fried rice cultivator as guy who ate the shrimp fried rice, they know you as like, I don't know, donut guy or guy who always wore red socks. Is that the legacy you want for your cultivation? Is that the touch you want to have to these people, many of whom will see you, the growing disciples who would join the sect after you, who will be there decades after you possibly die after failing to become immortal? They'll just remember you as that vague weirdo who wore red socks because you never talked to them. That's all they know you as. I mean, like, honestly, it could be an interesting story about, immortality and the marks you leave, knowing you might not become a cultivation big shot, but just living a small life. But these are stories about humanity and time and life. Like, there's so many stories about people grasping, like, oh, I'm a vampire, I will live hundreds of years, I'll be cripplingly lonely. Bruh, cultivation stories are designed to tell that sort of story of man struggling against eternity for meaning and personal survival, and what even they have for life after all of this. Like, yeah, Edward fucking Cullen lived what, 50 years before he met Bella and was like kind of like a weird groomer situation? Who gives a shit? Like, what about the story of Fried Rice Cultivator? He's lived, I don't know, 500 years as a cultivator who eats fried rice every morning. What the fuck do you think he thinks when he wakes up in the morning, looking back on the last 500 years? He's like, my God, why have I done this? I wake up every morning, I eat shrimp fried rice, I cultivate, I train, I come back home, I see the guy with the red socks, I wake up, I go to sleep, I eat shrimp fried rice, I cultivate, I do it. What am I living for? Like fuck, what if, you know what, here's another idea. What if shrimp fried rice cultivator just has a fucking mental breakdown one day in your story, and during the 5-year key gathering phase, the main character is walking home and he just finds shrimp fried rice man just having a complete mental episode on his front porch with like 5 bottles of wine and a cartoonishly large bowl of shrimp fried rice, just questioning what he has been doing with his existence for the last 20 years, trying to gain the ability to sense ki, and all he has for it is an inordinately large amount of eaten shrimp fried rice and failed cultivation. Like, where are the characters who have like the mental snapping points? Because if you're living hundreds of thousands of years, that's a long fucking time. That's a longer period of time than most people give it credit for. Like think about your life. Think about trying to learn something. Be it art, be it skills, jump roping, hopscotch, how to use a pogo stick. Think about the frustration you felt failing to learn that skill across like maybe weeks. I don't know, like here's an example. Who remembers jacks? Like if you're American, you might remember them. Those little like metal spikes and the bouncy ball, where the goal was you try to pick up as many of the little spiky things, and you have to before the ball finishes bouncing, and you do that. You remember how hard it was when you first tried doing that? How hard it was, you'd stumble a bit and you'd feel bad. And eventually, after trying and failing for a while, you'd cry a bit because it was hard. Imagine doing something like that for 50 fucking years to get nowhere. Like, do you think failing to learn jacks for 50 years would be bad? Or like, you're stuck in school, you're trying to learn a college degree, you're trying to get a college degree for 50 years, 100 years, 1,000 years? That's the time scale like cultivation can touch in on a little bit. And it never really gets explored to a great extent. And I hate to say it here, Akaso, Regressor's Tale fucking does a terrible job in the first 60 for this shit. Because Regressor's Tale skips everything. It skips everything for the most part. The main character will wake up. He'll be like, I'm not good at cultivating the sword. He'll be like, I spent 10 years working for a guy. I didn't learn how to cultivate the sword. I spent another 20 years doing some more stuff. I wasn't great at cultivating the sword. I didn't get married. My friend retired. I'm still working this job. I got slightly better at the sword. Honestly, it should not have sped up. If you say it gets slower in the later bits, it should not have done that. It should have been slow, at least for the first few bits. So you get a feeling of the main character struggling against the fact that by chapter 60, he's lived through like 10 lives of living to his maximum human lifespan of like 65 or 70 years. That's 700 years, or 650 to 750. It's I can't remember if it was 75 or 65 for his point. But the fact that there's no disillusionment, there's no points like we get to learn about how he's feeling in any great extent other than being like, I am depressed, I couldn't learn the sword, I'm depressed, I couldn't learn the sword, I'm not learning the sword fast, I'm learning the sword slow. This is going slowly. People are more talented than me. He never hits a psychological break at any real point between this. And honestly, that's what kind of took me out of the character, because I couldn't there was nothing to attach myself to as a reader. There was no real human struggle to it. There was no real stake to it. Like, the man just fails and slowly, painfully learns the sword across saying he's bad at learning it for like 700 years. There's no like stake. He never really does much. He just kind of stays home. He works a 9-to-5 job. He practices the sword. He works his 9-to-5 job. He doesn't have kids, so he's lonely. He doesn't have his kids hating him. Like, fuck, if he had kids during one of the loops, that would have been interesting. Like, the part where he has a kid who hates him because he spends all his time practicing the sword, knowing that even though he had a kid, he was able to relate to the kid for like, I don't know, 30 years of his kid's lifespan or 20 years of his kid's life. He knows that in like another 50, he's going to die of old age, and he'll be back to the beginning, and all he'll have is having practiced the sword. He won't have his kid or the memories of it. Like, man, please don't. Fuck the orphan. Fuck the orphan assassins. That was such a boring ass arc. That was an arc where I thought for a moment, a brief glimmer in the sun, we might have a moment of characterization from this guy. So for context, Regressor's Guide to Cultivation. What does the guy do? He's a regressor who isekais into a fantasy land. The main character has the power to come back to life after he dies. He kind of just lives his lifespan repeatedly for like God knows how many times. Probably a lot, probably not a little. But at one key point, he works as like a bodyguard for the Emperor. And he winds up killing a bunch of assassins. And then in his next life, he winds up joining a different organization, and he realizes that this is the organization that trained the assassins he killed in his previous life. And they're all children that are basically being raised as child soldiers to get revenge on the other sect. And this was an arc where in the beginning bit, I thought we were going to finally slow down a bit to get to the thing, because I thought he'd be like, oh, I feel a little bad. I killed these kids. I'm gonna get to the kids. I'm gonna teach them a bit. But like all that really comes out of it is he figures out how to sense emotions from the kids, but like it never explains the emotions in a great way. Like what I thought after he discovers the ability to visually see emotions the first time is, oh, okay, so as the story is going to slow down a bit, we'll have him have specific interactions with the kids, at the very least one interaction per, or one interaction per emotion, where we get like small vignette stories about how he interacts in a specific way, he gets closer to them, he feels a bit more aggressive, a bit more human, and by having to understand and experience human emotions on the page of the book, we'll slowly have him gain this more of his power to physically see emotions. Now they're really quick. Like one of them is, I saw red the first time. It was anger, and then like the vignette, the bit you get after that is just like, it turns out one kid was really angry about something and like had a minor outburst, but then I calmed him down, and then that was it. It was like, oh, there and back, quick adventure. Two of the kids experience love, and he sees the color of love for the first time, but like it never talks about the kids' romance. It never talks about why they develop feelings, despite being like child soldiers being raised for revenge. It never talked about how the kids were willing to at least stick with each other for the short term, despite the fact they knew they were going to eventually die. It's just it didn't it didn't do much for me on a character level. And I couldn't find myself getting too attached to any of this. And eventually it comes down to like he has to like partially fight the kids. It's like, oh no, master, we're doing. It's like, I'm doing this for your own good. And I was like, I'm checking. My mind is checking out of it. I am reading these words, but they are going in one eyeball and out the back of my skull. And then I think after that arc, oh god, does he do the kids a second time? Or uh around that part is what I think when I checked out fully. And look, like I had it described to me as like the main. Eventually, you meet Eldritch God cultivators. Like you meet cultivators who are just conceptual Eldritch beings who have become, I don't know, so associated with the concept of like chaos that they embody like giant non-Euclidean masses floating through the orbit of the stars, influencing small planets. And I was like, I'm down for that, but dear lord, is this journey there so fucking slow? Like my god, I think it was like 40 chapters in, and the fucking cultivation barely got explained. Like it was all about the main character learning how to like visualize sword intent, how to cut emotions, and you know that part that got me is at some fucking point I realized that the main character and his friend have fought like 30 cultivators, and the most description we've gotten about what the cultivators do is two of them regrew hands and one of them like threw some wind at him. Like they didn't even do anything cool. It wasn't like the cultivators were like wildly on magic crack or something. It was just like really, really bland shit. Like they did some martial arts that they did because of ki. They like they shot some wind at a guy. They grew their limbs back a bit, and oh god, what else did they do? I think one of them. I want to say one of them flew in at one point. Did he? Wait. I'm trying to remember this plot here. The main character's best friend goes to fight the leader of the sect. It's like he's like a fourth tier, a sixth tier corp, something or other. He fights the guy. The guy stops him with a barrier. Was he flying? Was he not? The barrier like to stop the guy's blade, and that was the moment where the guy's best friend says, I realized that the sword can't be cultivation. I'm going to join this cultivation sect. But was that cultivator flying, or was he just on the ground? He just made a barrier there. Can't even remember if he was flying. Yeah, I guess that's really the limit on my ability to enjoy it. It was, you didn't even have the cultivators do cool shit. The guy's friend just kept saying cultivators are like natural disasters. They have like great magic power in human bodies, but they never actually like did anything cool or prove it. Like, they never lifted a mountain up. They never caused a flood. They never made the sky rain fire or blood seep out of the land or defy things. Like, no, this wasn't the key gathering fighter. This was like the advanced guy who showed up. It was like he was like a second level, fourth tier, some shit. I don't know. He didn't fly. He like had a barrier or something. God. Ah. Look, I don't think I can be convinced to read Regressor's Tale of Cultivation again. I'd have to do it after like a bit more time off of reading it, because dear lord, I just did not think it handled personal narrative very well. And if you're, again, like 60 chapters in, it's the point you start getting to know people, it's a little too far. Little too far. I think we're going to move on a bit into a bit of a tangent. I like it how in 1,000 chapter stories, there are outer disciples who can destroy universes. Well, that's the thing about relative power level, isn't it? Because sometimes if a story goes long enough and the main character keeps joining progressively bigger and bigger sects that are more and more powerful, eventually you get to the point where the average level of a mook in a cultivation story is like better than Goku. Which is a funny little quirk about the power creep system. Because I mean, I guess this ties into like the whole like tiered reality thing. Because some of these stories have it like, okay, the main character starts off in like the lower world, and he trains to be like the strongest fucker around. He becomes like the strongest guy in his entire world. No one on his planet can beat him. And then he discovers he has to go to the heavenly world, or the world above it, which always inevitably turns out to not be a higher world, just one of many worlds in like a fucking matryoshka of worlds. You know, those Russian nesting dolls, where inside one of the dolls there's just another doll, and inside that doll is another doll. And so the main character will climb up the highest tier of cultivation. He'll get there, and upon hitting the next realm, he's like, "Oh, actually, despite being the strongest fucker in your realm before you came to this higher reality, you're actually worse than like a child. Like, small children of our realm are stronger than you because being born in this realm makes you innately more powerful than anything from that lower reality." And the main characters go like, "Oh man, I got to train my way up again." He goes to be the highest level of that reality, and you know what happens after that? If it was he goes to another higher reality that goes, aha, you thought that other reality was the high reality? Well, actually, that was the low reality. Because what you thought was middle and the one you were in was low, the one you were in below that was like dog shit low. So actually, you just barely got to normal. And then of course he trains up in that one and he goes higher, and then it turns out that realm's like, oh, ours was normal actually. The one you were at, low. The one before that, dog shit low. The one before that, the bacteria that live in dog shit low. And this can repeat like so fucking much. It's it's kind of insane that I think about it. I'm pretty sure there's at least one of these that goes 5 levels up. It's it's a fucking pyramid scheme. It is described like, unironically, I think it might be more interesting to read a pyramid scheme cultivation sect where the main character realizes that cultivation realities are just an actual fucking pyramid scheme. And the currency they're harvesting is just human misery. And what he thought was key was just human misery. They've just been gathering it all the way at the top, so I don't know, some guy can feel better about his life after he snorts it. I don't get why anyone ascends. Well, library, I think the reason why people do ascend is so they can not be stepped upon by the higher realm. but they don't realize all the time is that it's not a two-realm situation. It's like a fucking 50-story skyscraper situation. And that what they thought was just getting onto the ground floor of not being bullied anymore was going from like first floor to second floor, and the Bill Gates of cultivation in the penthouse is still like, fucking peasant. I'm gonna drop a rock that destroys your reality one of these days. Fuck off. MC spends 500 chapters being the strongest, goes to a fire realm. As reset. You know what? You know what was a funny one that did that? That I sort of stopped reading after that point? Was who here has read Apotheosis? Because that one, like, I was kind of in on until like the main character got to the higher realm, and I was like, Jesus fucking Christ, we were actually doing the same goddamn story. I don't even know how long that source material is. There are, last I saw that thing, there was like 1,000 chapters of manga for it. Or manhwa? Manga. Whatever they call it. And the source material, I have been led to believe, is at least like 2K plus for written. It is like, bruh. Bruh. Like, there were some cool elements here in the beginning. You had me for a bit. Like, when the main character learned he was in a lower world and his world was like, and it was his entire fate was engineered by his father, who created an entire small plane of reality to like artificially toughen up his kid. That was kind of cool. But when he got up to the higher one and it became very clear that there was going to be another higher reality above the one he just fucking got to. And then in the second one, we were doing the exact same shitty arcs as the first reality again. I was like, nah, I'm out, bro. Yeah, fucking, I'm out. Read 800 chapters. Good run. I'm gonna pretend that at this point here, he just did his goal. He saved his sister, who fucking hell, I hate to say this, like, his motivation on the lower realm, some guy kidnapped my sister. Motivation on a higher realm, after he got to be the strongest fucker on the lower realm, you know what happens? Some guy from the higher realm shows up, says, and he literally says this in the story. He says these words: this guy's motivation for getting stronger is he wants to get back his kidnapped sister. I can't have him lose his motivation or things won't work out. I'm going to kidnap his sister and take her to a higher realm. And then he does that. And I could feel, in some ways, the author's head slamming into his keyboard as his publisher went, motherfucker, this thing is not stopping. It's making too much money. You will write more of this. You will not stop. We are keeping this going. And I swear to God, if I have to write it in myself, I will. And I want to believe, for comedic effect, that the editor wrote that section as, we have to break. You need motivation to keep getting stronger. It's your sister. I'm going to take it. And then somewhere in the margins, there was a note of, write this but better, and it never got changed. And so the guy's dialogue was still just like, you need motivation, so we're going to kidnap your sister again. And then he gets to the higher realm and he finds out that I think his sister got brought to an even higher realm. So he didn't even get her. He's not even in the same fucking plane of existence to get her back. She's in a different other plane of... Your sister is in another plane of reality. It's fucking... Bowser dreams of putting Mario through this level of bullshittery. like this is not, like I said, this is literally just some fucking Mario 1 bullshit. It's your princess is another castle, except instead of another castle like one country over, it's your princess is in another higher plane of existence. Mario, fucking get over there, idiot. And then at a certain point, you really wonder, like, Jesus fucking Christ, why is Bowser doing this? Why do I matter so much that, like, my sister it keeps getting dragged to higher and higher planes of reality? And I can't fucking fathom it, actually. I don't know why. Like, I have not read the ending of Apotheosis. If anyone here has read the ending of it, feel free to fucking spoil that shit. What I have assumed the ending for Apotheosis is it's at 3,913 chapters. Is it ended or is it ongoing? Katakana, I need to know. Is it still going? Okay, I was like, if it's 3,913, it's still ongoing. I'd be like, fucking God. How the hell did you write something like this, brother? How did you write something like this in the age before AI assist? Like, Jesus Christ, was this man ghostwriting it to like 500 dudes in China, and they each wrote 5 words every week, and that balanced out the load? Oh God. But you know, my assumption for the ending was that the main character was going to go up like presumably about 5 or 8 tiers of reality, and then I don't know. At the end, it turns out that he was going to be used to make a sword, and then he like rebels against the guy who wanted to like raise a guy artificially across 5 tiers of reality to turn him into a sword, and then just kills the guy and I don't know, saves his sister or some shit. Fuck if I know. Ugh, God. But I guess this brings me back to the point I was trying to transition into. Like half an hour ago. Stakes. Does your story have them? What are the stories? Do you know about Sugsverse? Yes. I know about Sugsverse. We are not going to talk about Sugsverse, but I possess that critical information. Don't ask me why I possess this critical information. Don't ask me how I became to possess the critical information on what Sugsverse is. And if you want to know what Sugsverse is, Google it yourself. But I loved Sugsverse. I have known about Sugsverse for about 6 years. No. 7 years. Because I have kept that up my back pocket as a rocket launcher I can use to end any power scaling conversation within a 6-foot radius of me. Any conversation near me, I can end with a Sugsverse by bringing up Sugsverse. It starts getting to power level bullshittery. Be it an anime night, a time at the local card shop, random Discord conversations. Every time 2 fucking dipshits get into an argument or over power scaling, I'm there. And I'm like, yo, but can they beat the Ace of Hearts? Can they beat this guy? Can they beat Sugsverse? And they're like, Goku would beat him. I was like, no, he can't. He can't win. He's like, Goku can win. He's like, no, he can't. He's like, no, Goku can win. I was like, no, you fucking idiot. Goku can't. He can't beat the conceptual power to never lose a fight. And it's like, the what? It's like, yeah, it's a part of Sugsverse. Read it, idiot. And they don't because it's like kind of long and hard to read and it's kind of miserable to read. Yes, Sugsverse is entirely for bullshit power scaling. Like, one of the characters has the ability to never lose a fight conceptually, and he is not even like the top 10 of the story. It is the most deranged, schizophrenic writing you will see in your life, and it exists entirely to destroy people's abilities to have serious power scaling arguments. I love it because it makes people really mad that they have to acknowledge that there's like niche media that has ridiculous power scaling. What does that mean? God. Look, library, I'm gonna tell you this. This is forbidden knowledge. This is a demonic scripture. I I have dabbled in this art, but I have deliberately capped my cultivation on how much I can consume of these demonic scriptures to keep my sanity. I have not read all of Sugsverse. I have read a quantity of Sugsverse. I have consumed an amount of the wiki, but I have not delved too deeply. Because if I delve too deeply, too greedily, it will drive me insane. So I guess what I'm saying is like check it out in your own time, but please don't read too much into it. It's a fucking rabbit hole. I did not expect info hazards. Well, too bad. Too bad. You can't unknow this knowledge. Knowledge spreads as easily as a disease, more virulently than any plague, and now it is inside of you. It is your job to use this responsibly, and to also just please use it to sabotage Goku versus Saitama power level discussions, because God, those things are the worst. I hate them so much. Oh God, is that the actual reason Sugsverse came into existence? It's over fucking Get Backers power scaling? Yeah, I remember Get Backers. That was a fun series. But anyway, no, that's enough Sugsverse here. Well, we shall use my meta omniversal power as the person in charge of this stream to just go back to stakes. What are they? What are the does your story have narrative stakes? And sadly, for a lot of cultivation stories, they kind of mistake, pun, what the stakes are. Because a lot of the time, the stake they have is just death. It's if the main character loses, he will die, and that is, I suppose, a stake, but like it's not a very good one. Because the main character has to have more investment in it, and just I will die if I don't do it. Like, in some extent, unless you're suicidal, that's basically everyone's stake in anything. It's like, oh no, you better work this job or you'll die. You better eat that hamburger or you'll die. You better breathe that air or you'll die. It's very much a nothing burger. And unlike a burger, we need real meat to this story to have stakes going. If there's no real meat, 100% pure protein, at least mediocrely grilled, served in a continuous whole, people really don't find much of a need to stick around for the story. You need to have something that moves it forward other than just get stronger or survive. And oftentimes, this comes as costs to people around them. Apotheosis, for example, as kind of stupid as the stakes were in it, for just being kidnapped sister, like, that is a stake. Caring about loved ones. You could be studying cultivation to like better your family, make people's lives better. Just something beyond get stronger or I die. Because much like a nice, delicious steak, you have to vary the stakes up. It can't always be like serious. It can't always be high stakes. Sometimes you have to have a nice lean meal or a light meal, like a nice sandwich, or I don't know, an omelet, a muffin, maybe a little cake. You can't just only have big, heavy stakes for everything. So sometimes you should really mix it up. Put in something a little less serious than the main character will die if he fails it. Like, I don't know, pride. Let's say the main character's in a competition. He's not going to lose his life if he loses it, but his pride's on the line. It's something that he personally cares about, and that you as the reader might care about as well, because you want to see the character succeed. In these sorts of stories, you very often do. Very rarely do you see people actively root against the main character. And even then, a lot of it's due to meta reasons. You know what some of these are sometimes. For some meta reasons, people hate the main characters, but it's not due to the actual writing itself. But having something that the main character wants to do and cares about, and having a cost if he doesn't, no matter how big or small, matters. And you can't just have it be death all the time. Because if you have the steak be death all the time, it's a lot like trying to eat steak for every single meal. The first one's probably nice. The second few, good too. However, there's a certain point after the novelty of eating steak for every meal where you start to hate it, and you just want to have something else. You need something else, because you can't be eating this sort of gigantic big meal every time. You need to vary the steaks up. And like sometimes a big serious steak is good, but never repeat the same steak over and over again ad nauseum. Because then you get sort of like the Avengers problem. To bring in the Marvel Cinematic Universe as an example of what not to do, they've had a bit of a problem where they keep trying to have to top themselves on stakes. And it's not great. Because after a certain point, like, you can't really get higher without going to stupid levels. And those are the stupid levels where weird comic bullshittery happens, and also the levels where Sugsverse exists. And Marvel Comics and the Marvel Cinematic Universe is getting very dangerously close to being about the level where they're gonna have to like unironically try a Sugsverse level conflict. That will not work out well for anybody. You need to bring the stakes back down. And oftentimes it's an underrated art, but after like your big conflict you've been rising to, you could just relax the story for a bit. Just have a bunch of lower scale adventures. Maybe there's like something people care about for personal reasons, but you can't keep the stakes always going up. It burns people out, and like eating progressively bigger and bigger steaks every meal, your stomach will hate you. So will your brain. Oh god. Sorry. A lot of phlegm inside of me today. I gotta use all this water to get it out. Interesting part about cultivation too is you can really just vary things up. Sometimes you don't even need to have all the big stakes be there at once. Sometimes you can have some really slow burning stakes. With people able to live 10,000 years, you can really set some stories up to just be very long term smoking guns. But for some reason, people always seem to want to rush it because they don't want to let them marinate properly. A bit like caramelizing onions, which I've learned apparently people don't understand how to properly do. Because I, I'm reminded by that comment you made about meal prep earlier, which is that apparently some people think you can caramelize onions in 10 minutes. No. You you can't actually. Caramelizing onions is like a 30 to 40-minute task on the low, like an hour task on the bigger end. You don't just do that. And much like it on writing, you have to give some things time. You can't just go jump to jump to jump. That's how you get really really rushed narratives that don't make much sense or very heavily retconned things. Or moments where characters just reveal that they could have solved all the problems but didn't for some reason and never adequately explain why they got back to it. Let's see, I think I missed some comments here. Only getting stronger. Okay, let's see. Only getting stronger or die for self-interest is fine. I won't agree with that. It's just the Chinese novels are bad. Main thing is cultivating novels are realism, profession, and having some logic. Most successful novels are repetitive. People read it for progression and fights. Martial Goddess and Martel are good examples, despite being repetitive and stale. I wouldn't say it's good that you have to use stale as a part of the descriptor. And I also hate to say this, but this sounds like a fucking obvious statement, but popularity isn't always equivalent to quality. And that's, I guess, an important thing to think about when you're writing. Because sometimes it does come down to, are you writing for success or are you writing for yourself? And you always have to be writing for yourself to some extent, because it keeps the motivation going and you'll burn the hell out if you try to do it only for the money. But how much are you willing to compromise your art for that success? It's always been a big part of writing in general. How much you want to cut out of this to move over here. And for some people they hate doing this. They hate this sort of cut. And I'm kind of a bit of one of them. I think I'm closer to here than down here in terms of how much I'm willing to give creatively. But I don't know, it's a fucking weird ass internet thing to like conflate success with quality. it's so fucking bizarre. Like the easiest example you can make is the McDonald's comparison, right? Like McDonald's is successful, but it's not good food, right? Like yeah, you can like it as comfort food. It's all right for something you do, but it's just it doesn't make it better. And if you only eat McDonald's and never aspire to write better, to put better food inside of you, you'll never like really grow. And I guess that's kind of one of the points I've been trying to get at with this whole talk is that I feel there's a lot of room for cultivation stories to grow, but a lot of them aren't willing to grow because a lot of the trends they rely upon are very, very easy to keep into. For example, the cyclical loop of weak train revenge is a very easy loop to go into because it gives quick satisfaction for the reader. They always know what they're going for. It's a very clean progression. It's very linear, and it's repetitive, so you can always keep having it. And by not being exactly the same every time, unless like I don't know, the main character fights Jimbo Shlomes every single arc because Jimbo Shlomes comes back to life every arc because he's got like immortality powers or some shit. It probably won't wear out novelty too much, but at most, all it will have will be novelty. If the only thing it changes is like the smaller things of it, the condiments on the burger, for example, it's it's really not it's that's stagnation. And as a result of it, we've gotten some of like the really really aggravating traits people I brought up before, like got Fatty Wang, we've got young master, we've got number go up writing. These things all emerge if trends keep getting explored simply because it worked before will work again. You have to keep trying to change things up to make them work. And while a lot of times it won't always necessarily work out the best, it is it is for the better that such things do occur. For example, mystery novels have come a very long way since the beginning of Sherlock Holmes and his famous cap, the Deerstalker cap. Have all of these innovations been for the better? No, not at all. Some twists on the mystery genre have been like quite bad actually. But for every step forward, you do learn ways for things to not be made. And I really do think cultivation stories have a lot of room to develop. Like I brought up a few ideas and concepts, but it does feel that there are certain fundamental bits of writing that we can learn from other genres and other mediums that can help it grow past the early growing pains of being a new genre. Because it's really easy at this stage of the cultivation novel, I guess cultivation journey, for them to stagnate where they are, to not break through their core and really expand into the nascent soul that is wider styles exploring the base concept. Because if it locks in on only the base concept, it will not become what it can truly be. Think about like mysteries. Mystery might be a genre, but it's not only a thing that exists as pure mystery. It exists as a genre that can be combined with others. For example, science fiction or fantasy. Those are two genres that really can work with mystery. High fantasy, low fantasy, cyberpunk, a bit in the future. Those are all far away from present day or historical fiction that mystery used to be associated with in the past. And cultivation honestly could go places. It could become a much more mutable genre that's capable of being combined with other things to be used, like soap opera style for I don't know, an exploration of the human condition across 100 years of a sect where just all the little things start eating it alive and we're reviewing the last little bit before it completely implodes over hundreds of years of drama coalesced among, like, I don't know, the 500 members of it, or 30 members of the top brass. We could have the stars, science fiction and cultivation. I know that that's been touched on a little bit before by some people, and some people thought it'd be pretty cool, but honestly, that's a part of the genre that could be explored some more. Beyond number go big, like, how does cultivation exist against exploring the reach of the stars, learning things beyond human comprehension on Earth, meeting aliens who have completely different views on things? The concept that cultivation itself might not be a single immutable force that unifies everything, but once again, but a sliver of true, complete universal understanding, the same way we view our physics now and versus the physics of the past. There's tons of stuff we can do with this. It's just that I really worry that locking in on the established conventions we've seen before that are financially successful is bad for the overall health of this genre. And I really do feel that getting some fresh blood and some new perspectives in on this genre, while it's still in these fundamentally formative phases of its early growth, will really help it break out of this block we're at right now. And I just don't think it's very helpful to the conversation to be like, but some things work and people just want this, people just want that. Because honestly, people don't fucking know what they want. Like, pre-sliced bread was by and large considered a very stupid idea until one guy started doing it. Everyone was like, holy shit, wait, you can just get bread in like equal sized pieces. I don't have to deal with weirdly sized sandwiches where one part of the bread's like this and one part's like this, and some parts of my bread are shaped like this and some part of my bread are shaped like this. What? Wild. Also, have a good night, Asako. I hope you rest well and don't have any trouble falling asleep with insomnia, a fear I kind of fight against all the time. Like, yeah, Sif. Like, imagine like all these different things you could do with cultivation as the base, because it's a really solid early building block. It's a really good tool to set up like a basic concept of a world. In the same way that fantasy, in terms of medieval European fantasy, is kind of locked off its small set of reality. You got the cyberpunks. I don't know. This is a guy with a robot or something. I don't know. You got you're reaching to the stars with starships. There's a lot cultivation could do that maybe in another, I don't know, 10, 20 years. Cultivation could be right up there with them. It's just another genre of fiction that we have that's managed to become unique enough from all the rest that is just there as a thing a type of setting you can use for your story. And so I really just think it's kind of reductive on it as a whole. It's a bit stifling to just put into the box that it has to be the story of number goes up narrative. It has to be the story about people who are only there for the fights and the gradual number go up. Because I genuinely think that there's a lot with it can do, but it needs some encouragement to break out of the box of simply existing as it has and as it will be. In kind of a way, reflective of the genre itself, almost talking itself, where in every cultivation story, one of the fundamental things is breaking against tradition. Like, because cultivation stories themselves are in many ways fundamentally anti-establishment stories. The main character is always an outsider looking in. Sometimes he's someone who is formerly there. Sometimes he is in the sect system. I'll give you that. But very often it's the main character struggling against a world that exists the way it is in kind of a bit of an unfair or a bit of a heavily set in its ways style of way. And so while the main character could just acquiesce and follow the path ahead of him, just follow the way the sects do their things and get the stuff done, well, he doesn't, does he? You can count the amount of stories the main character just like willfully works as an outer disciple his entire life and then just, I don't know, gradually becomes an inner disciple and dies at the age of 500. How many people have read a story like that? In chat, show of hands. Oh shit, it's an ad. How many people? We're gonna pause this then, I guess. Um, There are not. that's the trap there. Is if these stories don't exist because no one wants to read them. Because if you're writing a story set in a world where the entire idea is individuals gaining the power of cultivation to fight the heavens and defy destiny, and the only thing they do is they gradually work basically an ancient Chinese 9 to 5 job. Like, why? What is it? What's the point of it? Why? What are we getting out of this? Do we enjoy watching a man work a 9 to 5 job in a different world? Like once or twice, maybe for the novelty of it, but by and large, usually cultivation stories are very much man versus society or man versus which I wrote this down. Man versus society. No. Man versus God. And I'll give you that there is actually a market for a bit of a nothing happens cultivation story, Nephilim, because we've had a few of them seem some pretty big success recently. I know, for example, that the one everyone brings up a lot is Beware of Chicken, which is a story about a guy who was formerly part of a cultivation sect that decides to wind up moving to the countryside to simply stop having to deal with like all the stress of everything. And in the beginning, it very much stuck by those roots. It was just a guy in the countryside. Sometimes he uses a little bit of cultivation to like help solve a problem, like plow roads more easily or kill a wolf that keeps eating the chickens. But for the most part, it was just story of a guy living in the middle of nowhere, just enjoying his life in a world where cultivation existed. Sometimes he meets some fun characters, and sometimes they do stuff. But for a large part of the first book, it sticks by nothing exciting happening. However, despite being a relaxing book, that novelty couldn't actually keep even the writer and the audience satiated for very long. Because as the story went on, and I do wonder if this was entirely the original intent of the author, or just the way it shook out, based upon how the story evolved, if he was a greenhouse writer versus a structure writer. Greenhouse writer being a term for writers who sort of let the stories naturally freeform, versus a structure writer who very carefully plot out how all the puzzle pieces go together. As the story went on, and it was kind of on the even keel, slowly one or two of the characters wound up desiring to explore and have adventures, to not be stuck with the monotony of living on the farm. And so over time, things have started to build up a little bit in conflict between book 2 and especially book 3, where it just left off in a very big conflict that characters got dragged into, because after the first little tastes of adventure and the first taste of conflict, people realized that while calmness and farm living is all well and good, sometimes it needed a little spice of violence, of conflict, of action. And even though people can enjoy switching back and forth between the two, as in the case of Beware of Chicken, the main character's chicken becomes self-aware and decides to set off on a life adventure to see the cultivation world that his master and owner left behind to move to the countryside. The audience has realized they can take both, but they can't have only one. Without the countryside living, it would just be another cultivation story of a slightly eccentric character. And honestly, another series has currently come out that's been trying to do that, where it is just a cultivation story about a chicken who is on an adventure. And honestly, I think it kind of misses the point about what made Beware of Chicken interesting. It wasn't that the main character was a chicken, which it isn't, because the main character is a dude. The chicken's kind of a secondary main character. It's the balance of the relaxing view of just existing within a cultivating world, contrasted against the fact that sometimes conflict will inevitably arise based on how these worlds are set up. Because, of course, with people seeking power and the ability for a single person to make their mark on history in a world in a way that most other settings just don't allow, of course, this allows those with extreme egos, or with extreme desires, or even those with extreme motivation to shape the world in a greater extent than any other form of fantasy writing can. Because sure, you'll get your Dark Lords in medieval fantasy. Sure, you'll get your cyberpunk corporate overlords. But in terms of the pure manifestation of person and will against the world, cultivation stories stand above as a way of reflecting human desires of the individual, the utmost peak. Because at the end of the day, sure, you'll run into people who have minions, but what you often run into at the end of it that is always at the core is one man who has wanted either something or someone or some goal so badly they have pushed themselves beyond the limits of mortality to become an immortal, to become a cultivator. And that's rather the point of it, isn't it? Cultivating oneself turns oneself into the purest expression of oneself one can be within the limits of circumstance in his cultivation story. It is all about the people. The numbers are part of it, but the people are what matters the most. Motivation manifested. It's very rare where a story can so literally paint upon the screen the desires and the personalities of a character enforcing themselves upon the world around them as with cultivation. Because what is one of the peak things that cultivation stories hold as the highest level of power? It's domain style ability. It's the power to influence the surrounding world with your power that you've cultivated to change the world around you to better suit you. If you're a sword cultivator, you might create a forge or an empty field or a mountain of carved rock worn down by hundreds of sword swings. If it's fire, you might turn everything into a world of flame. Water, a deep ocean full of mysterious creatures. Whatever, it is about will upon the world. And no other story can you say that the main goal of the villain is to simply influence the world in the greatest way possible by becoming a fundamental force that can just influence it by their very existence. Like, oh, there's conquer the world, there's dominate the world, there's become God, which is like that to a much less extent. Because becoming God is sort of just becoming all powerful. It's not influencing in any specific way. It's just existing at a higher level. And cultivation, all about the people. Kind of bad when the people kind of get forgotten for the numbers or for the system. Because it doesn't really matter at the end of the day if the number goes up or you become 1% better at the beast technique, or you come up with 12 more names of sword techniques to put on the list the main character can whip out at a moment's notice. Nah, it matters on why he's using them, what he's doing with them. Because you could write a story about just a computer that invents 5 new sword techniques a year. I could probably fucking write an AI for that, where the AI writes just a story where a main character encounters a progressively stronger guy every other week, and he learns and I tell the AI give it 5 new sword techniques 5 new sword techniques every 2 chapters to make him overcome the guy he encounters in the previous chapter, and it could do that. Boring as shit, I could do that. But if you touch on the imagination of the reader, the idea of why the main character would want this power, what he'd do with it, how he'd swing it around, the elements about it, the thinking about it, I mean that's what has the spark that grabs you, not just the numbers going up. It's why you'd care about the number, what the numbers represent, not just saying, oh, my cultivator guy could be your cultivator guy. It's why would he want to? What's his struggle? What does he care about? Like, hell, even kids can come up with that when they come with their little stories. Like, oh my god, I got Magic Man. He's so strong. He's got the lightning sword. He can swing through the sky. He can cut down dragons. He can protect everybody. Like, as simple and childlike as that story is, that's got motivation. That's got stakes. It's got a goal. You can't lose sight of that. Also, I think I might be waxing a bit prosaic because I think I've lost a bit of the tangent on where I was going with Man versus Society about half an hour ago. Let's see. Ascending Do Not Disturb is a slice of life's end. I'll check that out later. I'll have to consider it. Shoot. What do I have left on my notes to talk about? Man versus Society, stakes, characters. Tradition versus change is my last note I wrote on this page. which I guess ties into the man versus society angle that cultivation often has. The individual versus the establishment, one person trying to change the world based on their own vision, how high tier cultivators kind of just do that. That's their purpose, that's their goal. That's the end result they want to change things, not to keep them the same. Very few people want to keep them the same. And hell, even the ones that want something to stay the same, like peace, are doing it for a reason because they're trying to stop conflict, stop danger to the ones they care about. That's a motivation. It's not for stasis to simply be strong to be strong. It's to be strong to keep things the way they want them to be. Motivation! Not just the number going up, the reason behind it. And I do think that change versus tradition is a good fundamental aspect that ties into a lot of them. So, any questions about what the fuck I'm talking about now? Okay, well, that's not a question. That's telling me to do 10 push-ups, which I will do. Anyone else here have a question, though? Feel free to ask. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ooh. What about a story where the main character is a civilization itself, and the story investigates how the civilization changes with time? Maybe individual people may still run for more than one quarter story. Now, see, that would actually be an interesting type of story to tell with cultivation. Although it's not a new type of story in general, because we've had those before. I know that. Well, actually, that wasn't one civilization across a long period of time. The Earth was the story of one church across about a decade or two. But it could be really interesting to see that as a cultivation story, actually. The existence of a single sect across multiple generations. Maybe in the beginning, you have one person who's the sect master, but they're a decoy main character, and after only, I don't know, 100 chapters or 200 years, they die, they're replaced by somebody else, and it follows the legacy of people trying to keep the sect going, and the lives of the people within the sect during that time, some short, some long, as they experience the ever-shifting goals of motivations, how the creed of the sect and the motivation change over time. That's a cool idea for a story, actually. That might be a good idea to write, actually. Like an anthology. Yeah, like an anthology. An anthology, but where the characters inside of the anthology can live for very long chunks of it. So single people can comment about their observations of change and also act as agents of change on that society for longer periods of time than they could in traditional media. That's cool. That's an interesting idea. I remember a Willy Turner where the protagonist doesn't want to fight or to be strong, but he's very talented that people either foster him into a powerful being to use him or try to snuff him out. And it's mostly a comedy, but let's see, what is the ultimate goal of the character in that? Is it to defy people trying to use him to live a life of his own? What's the character's goal in that? And also, where's the question? to bring up another point here, what was the question in that, Sif? Somebody posted a thing. Ah. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. He's afraid of death. He just wants to live forever. Yeah. That's a motivation. Immortality, I mean, heck, look at it. Look at ancient China. Look how many people drank all sorts of weird shit that just killed them in a world without magic to try to live longer. It's a story to know. How do you get into wuxia novels? I read online novels sometimes. Read some manga, read some novels. One day I started reading some, and then I read a bunch of them. it's a bit because I'm a bit of a voracious reader. I love reading. I studied writing when I was in college. I've written some stuff. Never tremendously successful. I might dip my toe back into some online writing, honestly. part of why I wanted to do this talk was to actually see how much passion I had for the subject. I think I'm pleasantly surprised to see that it's not a small amount. So I might write something. I might write something, and if I do, I'm probably going to keep it subtle until I feel satisfied by it, and then maybe I'll say I wrote it, or maybe I won't. Who knows? I remember there was a really great piece of writing advice I heard about in a story. The names of the specifics don't matter, but here the story goes like this. Way to tee it up as vaguely as possible. There was a kid who was writing for his assignment for an English class. He was a high schooler or a middle schooler, it doesn't really matter. He was some point of school past elementary. And one of the things he had difficulty with was understanding the motivation of the book he was writing for, because it was a book essay on a book they were reading in his English class. And so, in a bit of a naive approach, the boy looked up the address of the writer on the back of the book, and he saw that it was there. He looked into it. He asked his parent to take him to a library. They went on a computer, which were hard to get at the time because these were the days of dial-up. And he found out where the guy lived. And he wrote the author a question. Hi, I am Jimmy or something. I am in middle school, and I don't understand the motivations of the characters in your book. Can you explain it to me? Like, what motivates them, and like, what motivates you to write? Because my teacher says I need to have motivation to write something, especially writing a piece in response to your paper, and I just don't understand, like, how to do it. And the author actually wrote back, because which was very surprising, he took the time for it. And he wrote back to the kid, well, the thing about motivation is it really depends upon you. Only you can motivate yourself to do something. And if you ever want to see if you've got the motivation to write, like your teacher says you need to have to write this paper and write this response short story to it, I would recommend you write something for yourself and only yourself. It doesn't have to be long, it doesn't have to be good. Just write a story and never share with anybody. Just put it out there, the act of making it. And then you can see if you've got the motivation for it, because you're not writing it for the money or the fame or to prove your teacher that you have motivation, because that's a foolish thing to do. No. If you want to prove you have motivation to write something, just write something and never let anyone see it. And then if you can look back on it with pride that you've made it, even a week later, well, that means you've got the motivation to write. And also, you can tell your teacher that the symbolism for the curtains was not this. It wasn't actually the curtains being red or something, it was just the symbolism of part of it. That was part of the letter he wrote, I remember. I remember that detail a little bit too late into the story to make it flow properly. I really should refine this anecdote a bit. It's been a while since I last told this one. But I do think it's funny. I do think it's important to want to do something for yourself, because if you can't do it for yourself, what are you doing it for? How can you make other people relate or like something if you yourself aren't passionate for it, especially with writing, which in many ways is a labor of passion because it takes a lot of dedication, a lot of motivation to write something. It's long, it's complicated, it's hard, it's not easy. It takes a lot of hours to keep doing it. And while a spark of inspiration is all well and good to get the process started, you need the long burn of passion to keep going for. And then after that, you need grit and determination to keep going after passion burns out. To push yourself over the last, like, 2 miles of track to get there. So a bit like this. You get the fast point, you get the slow burn point, and he takes the hard point in terms of difficulty. Write something. I don't know, I feel like I might want to write again. It's been a while since I was sure I saw that spark in me, but hey, I'll give it a shot. And I'm gonna do it anonymously too, so you guys don't know who the fuck I am. Don't want to let my incredibly small viewership influence how people view my work. Gotta be objective. Gotta be impartial. Secret. Gotta be safe. Is it safe? I don't know. Maybe that's too philosophical of a thing to say, but I don't know. That's how I think right now. Anyone else have any other questions, or am I gonna find someone to raid into? Could be anybody. Who can we raid? I'm gonna actually check that out. Who's in the writing category? Bum, bum. I have realized now that having gone through this category of reading and writing, it's a lot of people just reading books out loud. Was I in the right category for this stream? Curious. Curious and curious. I wonder if I was in the right category for this. Well, I'm not sure I was. So what do we think is a kind of comparable category to talking about cultivation novels? Um, hmm. Is anyone playing Yijan right now? Education? Would be actually. Education. Who's streaming under the education category right now? Also, why are 3 Diablo 4 streams coming up as the first result for typing in education? That doesn't that no. Okay, what's going on in the education tag? This is a video of a guy's camera of the sky that has been going for 42 hours. I don't think that is a learning thing. This is a video of a guy playing a video game. And this is a video in Spanish of someone streaming in Spanish, so I can't understand any of it. And I don't know if this would help. Actually, you know what? I'm going to type in cultivation and see what's going on there. Oh, wow, there's a lot of weed images. Okay, that's the wrong type of cultivation. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's literally just a black and white video of the clouds. Like I think it's got one viewer too. What even is this? It's an account with 10 followers. The only caption is that it streams education. There's no clips on the channel. What is this? What is going on with this? Is this like there's no audio too. It's just a weird. That's very weird. You know what? Do I know anything? Anyone streaming? Oh. Oh, hey, someone's doing a reading stream, actually. They're doing reading fun. Wait, is that a category? Reading fun? Celebrating spooky season with scary stories and, oh, reading Stephen King. Salem's Lot. That's a good one, actually. You know what? We're gonna go fucking raid Mothy then, I guess. Gonna be a new Twitch ARG. Bruh, it might very well be. Oh, God. Anyway, we're gonna raid off, so I guess that means I should give a shout out to Mothy, and let's do the outro. Boom, 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 boom. I've been Koizetsu. I'm the Koi.
Just imagine all the trouble I'd be in if anybody.
Let's play first.
This. Terrorism. Whoa! Hey! Terrorism has an objective. I'm just getting a paycheck. Oh shit! Fuck me. Come on. Up.
What game is that?
Up.
Cool. I got a soft spot for like little pixely games like that.
Right. Take cable.
Oh. Man. He just got hit by that. The game is Teardown, I think. Ooh. I'm gonna look into that. I'm gonna look into a lot of things from this stream, but shoot. Teardown, it was
Water hazard.
What was that name of that cultivation thing I said I'd read? It was in here a minute ago. A Will Eternal. Things to consider checking out. Anyway, I've been Koizetsu the Koi. Usually I stream roguelikes, I stream card games, I stream games that are a little bit past their relevance, but by God, I finally got the time to start playing them, and I don't give two shits. We're playing them, I guess. Recently, we've been playing a bit of Darkest Dungeon 1, which I'm finally getting my first playthrough of. A bit of Yijan, the Cultivation card game, which is pretty cool. And a whole bunch of variety streams. So if you've had fun with this, we're probably going to do a few more of these in the future. I got to plan them out a bit better. I think definitely I might benefit from a more structured plan on how to talk about these topics than just these 3 very large post-it notes I've written these notes on. But that is for future Koizetsu to plan about. I guess wish Mothi the best and have a great day. Wait, no, actually, I mistimed this. I forgot to hit send on the raid, so it's doing the charge up for the raid now. Whoops. Yeah, I guess I hope you all had a good time. Yeah, raid message. Oh right, I can do we do those now. I said I'd start doing that. I believe that this emote should be freely available, so give him 2 of these and give him the old koi raid. Blammo. Some of these and some of that. And we hope you all had a great time. I'm gonna go get some sleep, and I hope that this has been good food for thought for you to think about if you ever decide to write something, because I always want to help people out. Ta-ta, and wish him the best. And I hope you enjoy Stephen King's Salem's Lot. It's quite a good story.